speakers.
That's it?
That's it.
I thought it was.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Board of Supervisors regular land use agenda for June 24th, 2020. At this time, I'd like to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that all 5 supervisors are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. Additionally, before we begin, any members of the public that wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting, please review the instructions posted on the clerk of the board's webpage and those that were provided to you.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. I will remind members of the public that have requested to speak to wait to dial into the meeting until the item is called. With that, I will now call the roll. Supervisor Jacob?
Here.
Supervisor Gaspar? Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher here.
Vice Chairman Desmond? Chairman Cox?
Here.
Housing Authority, Lieutenant Commissioner Sandra Marr?
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Francisco Peñalosa?
Here.
Very good. We're all here, ready to go. So let's start off by having the closed session report.
The Board of Supervisors met in closed session starting at 4:26 p.m. and adjourning at 4:40 p.m. The board took the following reportable action. Item 29A, County of San Diego v. Kirsten Nielsen et al. With 4 board members voting aye and Chairman Cox absent, direct council not to appeal the district court decision dismissing the county's lawsuit challenging the federal government's decision to terminate its safe release practice for asylum seekers. Item 29B, State of California Department of Finance et al. V. Commission on State Mandates et al. With 4 board members voting aye and Chairman Cox absent, authorize County Council to appeal the trial court's decision finding that 2 of the activities required by the 2007 stormwater permit are not reimbursable state mandates. Thank you.
Very good. We'll move on now to public communication. It's my understanding that we have 1 call-in comment and then 2 statements that will be read by the clerk of the board. Why don't we go ahead and start with the call-in if that's ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We, as you noted, have 1 individual that has requested to address the board telephonically, Ms. Liz Engel. Ms. Engel, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I am a mother of 2 elementary-age children in San Diego, as well as a small business owner, and I'm here today to urge you to please help push back and coordinate with the decision-making offices in our county and at the state level to add in flexible language or to remove the 6-foot requirement for schools. At the local level, this guidance actually becomes a mandate and it is triggering the extremely complicated and detrimental hybrid plans that we're seeing all over the county. The hybrid plans greatly reduce the number of instructional hours for our students from credentialed teachers, and this adds to the learning gaps that they've incurred over the spring. Furthermore, the hybrid plans are not being implemented with any consistency across the county, and this will result in even deeper learning inequalities for our county's kids. The inability to open our schools fully has many adjacent negatives. There are the educational gaps, the psychological impacts on our kids, and the extreme trickle-down effect to our economic recovery. It's not just school-age children that are being impacted in families, it's everyone with kids who are in preschool as well. Over the last few weeks, I've compared parents from neighboring districts, and the majority of parents are comfortable sending their children back. Schools are working on backup plans and will be ready to pull back should the need arise again due to the virus. I urge you to help make the choice become 100% distance learning or 100% back to school. No one is guaranteed tomorrow, and that's why we should plan for tomorrow but live for today. Based on the numerous reports, including the recent report by Physicians for Informed Consent, the disease is not impacting our children in the same manner that it does for those over 60. Please put the power back in the hands of the people to decide what's best for their families, and please reopen our schools. Thank you.
The next comments that we have were provided in writing. The first comment is from Dean Johnston concerning, his statement reads, concerning the riots in La Mesa, the news helicopter that was filming showed that there were approximately 200 plus police service vehicles lined up on the on-ramp into La Mesa from Interstate 8 besides the 50 plus lined up on a side street, all while that the riots were taking place. No officers were engaged. Why? Who gave the order to stand down? Someone needs to be held accountable and jailed for this. They're personally responsible for the terrorism that occurred in our community. The last non-agenda public comment is from Sabrina Bishop. It reads, the stop of lockout evictions for all. My case was before COVID-19 and my roommate is on SSI. Gets his check every month. He is not affected financially, but is still protected under your rule. He continues to harass everyone in the home throughout his stay order. He spends his rent money on Grubhub food deliveries 2 to 7 times every day. I still have to pay all utilities and maintenance. Until when? You have not given the same protection for the landlord. Only 90 days now, 4 payments due July 1st, 2020. Thanks. The remaining e-comments posted under non-agenda public communication were related to items on yesterday's and today's agenda. Those comments have been distributed to the board and filed with the appropriate agenda items. That concludes non-agenda public communication, Mr. Chairman.
Very, very good. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move on now to the Housing Authority. We have 2 items for consideration. I want to first acknowledge and thank Sandra Marsh and Francisco Peñalosa, who are members, public members of our Housing Authority, for being here with us. Is there a motion for approval of the statement of proceedings and the minutes for the meeting of April 7th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion.
Yes, we do have a motion.
Commissioner Marsh?
Yes.
All right, is there a second?
I second it. Or,
You can't second your own motion. We're gonna wait for Francisco.
oh, well, okay.
Yes.
Okay, Francisco is going to, Mr. Peñalosa is gonna second that motion.
Yes.
Is there any discussion on the minutes?
Oh,
If not, could we have a call of the roll, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob,
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar, Supervisor Fletcher,
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond,
Aye.
Tenant Commissioner Sandra Marsh,
Here.
Tenant Commissioner Francisco Peñalosa.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, that motion passes unanimously with all board members who are present voting aye.
And the other item we have is a consideration and approval of item number 7 on our regular agenda and item number 1 on the Housing Authority agenda. And it's my understanding that we have, this is the approval of the fiscal year 2021 Housing Authority recommended budget. And it's my understanding we have 1 speaker on this item. Why don't we go ahead and call up the speaker, and then we can decide if we want a staff report or not.
Mr. Chairman, we're still waiting for that speaker to call in. It doesn't appear that they have called in at this time.
Okay, is there a desire to have a staff presentation on this? Hearing none, it'd be appropriate to go ahead and have a motion then to approve the Housing Authority agenda.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Marsh. Is there a second? Commissioner Peñalosa, would you like to second that?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the fiscal year 2021 Housing Authority recommended budget. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify for the record, that includes all the recommendations in item 7 on the regular agenda, as well as item 1 on the Housing Authority agenda. With that, Chairman Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob,
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar, Supervisor Fletcher,
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond,
Aye.
Tenant Commissioner Marsh,
Aye.
Tenant Commissioner Peñalosa.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, that motion passes unanimously with all tenant commissioners who are present voting aye.
Very good. And we thank Commissioner Marsh and Commissioner Peñalosa for their participation and their service on the Housing Authority. The good news is you do not have to stay around for the rest of the meeting. If you choose to leave, you can certainly listen to it, but we'll proceed on to the regular land use agenda for the balance of today's meeting. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Bless you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on then to the approval of the statement of the proceedings and the minutes for the regular meeting of June 3rd, 2020, the Air Pollution Control Board meeting of April 21st, 2020, May 5th, 2020, and June 2nd, 2020. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Okay, and a second by Supervisor
Second.
Fletcher. Is that Fletcher or Desmond? We'll give it to Desmond.
Either one.
He was louder. Is there any discussion? If not, we have a motion by Supervisor Jacob, seconded by Supervisor Desmond to approve the minutes and the proceedings. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob,
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar,
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher,
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. At this point, we'll proceed then on to the formation of the consent calendar. All items on the agenda will be considered a part of the consent calendar, will be acted upon by one motion unless there's a desire on the part of the public or members of the board to pull items for further discussion. Would the clerk please identify those items that have been pulled by the public?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For item 1, the landscape ordinance relies on 2 forms of CEQA compliance. First, an addendum to the Climate Action Plan supplemental EIR was prepared as a way to streamline impacts that were previously evaluated. In light of the recent Court of Appeal decision on the CAP, which decertified the supplemental EIR, the project will not rely on this addendum. Adoption of the landscape ordinance was also found to be exempt from CEQA pursuant to 2 exemptions considered by the board upon introduction of the landscape ordinance. The board may continue to rely on the 2 exemptions that were also prepared for the project if the board chooses to move forward with the second reading and adoption of the ordinance. That item may go on consent with that statement for the record. Item 2 requires a protest hearing, so that one will be for the board's discussion. Item 3 has been pulled by the public. Item 6 has been pulled by the public. Item 9 has been pulled by the public. All the remaining items on the County of San Diego Air Pollution Control Board, as well as the board's regular agenda, may be placed in the consent calendar for your board's consideration.
Okay, let me go to my colleagues, starting with Supervisor Jacob, and ask if you have any additional items to pull or comments you wish to make.
No comments, no additional items to pull, and I would move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, we'll move then on to Supervisor Gaspar.
Thank you, Chairman. I have no additional comments. I'll second the consent calendar.
Very good. We'll move on to Supervisor Fletcher.
No items to pull, no comments.
All right, and Vice Chair Desmond.
Same, no items to pull and no comments. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to break the record because I want to just comment briefly on item number 10, which is the item 11, which is the approval of agreement with the San Diego Imperial Council, Boy Scouts of America for the Otay Lakes County Park. This is a project we've been working on for the last 2 years to raise almost $2 million, which we're almost there to build a campground, which will be operated by the Boy Scouts of America, San Diego Imperial Council, but also be made available to other community groups and organizations. And I just want to thank the Boy Scouts for the work that they've done. I want to sincerely thank Diane Basher for being the lead gift on this. Diane was stepped up at the very beginning to allocate or to donate $1 million towards a $2 million effort. And I sincerely thank her and all the other donors that came through to help make this campground possible. It's my hope that we can get this done before the end of the year for some obvious reasons, but if not, it is certainly going to be an amenity that will be available to people in South County and really throughout San Diego County for years and years to come. So I'm glad to see the final approval of the lease. And it's my understanding that they're probably going to get started with construction probably early next month. So I'm really glad to see this item. And I want to thank our Parks Department for all the work that they've done. Brian Albright and his team have just worked very diligently to make this project possible. With that, we do have a motion by Supervisor Jacob, seconded by Supervisor Gaspar to approve the consent calendar. Would the clerk please identify those items that we'll be voting on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board will be voting on all items on the regular agenda except for items 2, 3, 6, and 9, and all items on the County of San Diego Air Pollution Control Board agenda.
Okay, is there any discussion? If not, let's start the vote.
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob,
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar,
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher,
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
I think what I would like to do, unless there's objection, is to go ahead and take care of the 3 items that have very minimal speakers, if any at all. That's item 2, 6, and 9, and then we'll finish up with the Lilac Hills project, which is item number 3. Item number 2 is a notice of public hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinances for amendments to the Community Facilities District number 2019-01, Meadowwood Maintenance, and authorize action to amend the rate and method of apportionment of special tax and boundary. Let me start off by asking the clerk if he would like to make some introductory comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's action to amend Community Facilities District number 2019-01 includes a notice protest hearing. Upon the close of the protest hearing, it will be determined whether or not a valid protest has been made. If there is no protest or an insufficient protest to require proceedings to be terminated has been received, the board may proceed to take action to form the district and call an election to impose a special tax in the district.
Very good. Anyone wishing to protest the amendment to the district should call in at this time. Protests may be made orally, but must be in writing if someone wishes to prevent the amendment to the district. Written protests may be submitted to the clerk of the board's office on the 4th floor. Are there any protests?
Mr. Chairman, there are no protests.
There being no protests received, the protest hearing will be closed and the clerk will declare the results of the protest hearing.
The territory in the district is uninhabited, so that a protest may only be made by the landowners in the district. A valid protest can only arise if the owners of 1/2 or more of the land subject to tax object to the amendment of the district. The owners of more than half the acreage subject to tax did not submit a protest. Accordingly, there was no majority protest, and the board may proceed to take action on recommendation numbers 1 and 2 to make CEQA findings and call an election to impose a special tax.
Okay, let me call or ask if there's any discussion for recommendations number 1 and 2. And if there isn't, do we have a motion to approve those 2 recommendations?
I'll move to approve the 2 recommendations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Desmond and a second by Supervisor Gaspar to approve recommendations 1 and 2. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob,
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar,
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher,
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. At this point then, since the recommendation number 2 was passed, let me call for discussion and a motion for recommendations 3 and 4. Is there a motion for approval of recommendations 3 and 4?
Mr. Chairman, before we move on to recommendations 3 and 4, I'm opening up the special election ballot to verify that there is support in favor of imposing the special tax. I'll turn it over to County Council just to verify that the ballot indicates a yes vote in favor of imposing the tax. Therefore, your board may take action on recommendations 3 and 4 to declare the results of the special tax election and to introduce an ordinance to establish the special tax.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Desmond.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Gaspar, seconded by Vice Chair Desmond to approve recommendations 3 and 4 in this item. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let me ask the clerk to go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. With that motion, this item introduces an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Diego acting as the legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2019-01, Meadowwood Maintenance of the County of San Diego, amending ordinance 10602. With that, Chairman Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob,
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar,
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher,
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, We're going to proceed now to item number 6, which is a notice public hearing, options to comply with Senate Bill 743 and implement vehicle miles traveled in local planning and environmental review. Is there a staff presentation or comment on this?
Mr. Chairman, there is a staff presentation, and I would like to note any members of the public that have requested to speak in this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you, and you will be muted until it is your turn to speak.
I'm Rami Telli, Deputy Director with Planning and Development Services. Today, we're here to present options for the board's consideration to implement Senate Bill 743, which changes the way all jurisdictions in the state, including the county, conduct transportation reviews for environmental impacts under CEQA. The options are based on an analysis of general plan goals and policies, intent of state law, and unincorporated area development and commute patterns. They're also based on stakeholder input and review of available best practices, publications, and studies from jurisdictions and organizations statewide. If directed by the board, the options will be incorporated into a Transportation Study Guide, or TSG, for use by applicants and county staff when preparing CEQA documents. Starting July 1st, 2020, all California jurisdictions must stop using level of service as part of CEQA analysis. Level of service, or LOS, assesses road congestion by the amount of time a driver is delayed due to traffic. Jurisdictions will analyze transportation impacts using vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, which is how far a car travels calculated by the distance and number of trips. With the VMT-based analysis, the result of an environmental review would reduce the number and length of vehicle trips as opposed to increasing road capacity to meet driver demand. The intent of Senate Bill 743 is to balance the needs of congestion management with statewide goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, encourage infill development, and improve public health through more active transportation. Changing to a VMT-based CEQA review can be accomplished in one of two ways. The first is to let project applicants choose their own analysis method and justifications. On a project-by-project basis, lead agencies like the county would have to ensure that CEQA documents are prepared and reviewed following SB 743. The second option is for lead agencies to adopt new CEQA transportation guidelines for project applicants and their consultants to use when preparing a transportation analysis. Staff recommends that the county adopt a Transportation Study Guide, or TSG, that provides guidance in the preparation of CEQA documents based on local characteristics and traffic patterns. This approach will standardize transportation analysis and provide consistency in discretionary reviews. There are 4 components of the proposed TSG that require board direction. These include defining the level at which transportation impacts from proposed projects are presumed to have a significant impact on the environment. This is called a significance threshold. Second, setting a geographic boundary to establish the average VMT. Third, establishing project analysis screening criteria for projects that do not have to conduct initial VMT analysis. And fourth, including a local mobility analysis in the TSG for traffic effects not related to CEQA. Although the local mobility analysis, or LMA, would not be part of the CEQA analysis, it provides a methodology to identify impacts to road operations and safety issues caused by a project, and ensures adequate transportation infrastructure to meet the county general plan requirement for a level of service D on all mobility element roads. The scope of the LMA is reduced compared to the current LOS analysis. VMT is the total length that a car drives to schools, employment centers, shopping, and leisure activities in an area. For instance, if a trip to a grocery store is 10 miles long, then that trip creates 10 VMT. 3 trips to the same grocery store create 30 VMT. The total number of trips and trip lengths are added up to create the total daily VMT. The average VMT for an area is determined by dividing the total VMT by the population in a given geography. We are using the SANDAG Series 13 Regional Travel Demand Model to calculate the average VMT for all of the options presented today. The model uses approximately 4,600 traffic analysis zones and captures trips from within and into the county. The first component of the TSG requiring board direction is the threshold of significance for VMT. The state recommends a significance threshold of 15% below the regional average. This means that plans or projects with VMT that are at least 15% below the average don't have a significant transportation impact under CEQA. Plans or projects with an estimated VMT above this level would have a significant impact under CEQA and will have to prepare additional VMT analysis and identify applicable mitigation measures. Geographic areas within the county that already have VMT that is 15% below the average are considered VMT efficient, meaning projects within these areas are presumed to also have a less than significant impact and do not have to conduct additional VMT analysis. The county has the discretion to select a VMT significance threshold other than 15% below the average. An analysis of thresholds set to less than 5 and 10% below the regional average did not result in significantly more VMT efficient areas in villages and surrounding areas. Therefore, staff recommends a significance threshold of 15% below the average VMT. The board could direct staff to analyze a significance threshold other than 15% below the average and return to the board for consideration. Projects that are presumed to have a less than significant impact include those that fall below the significance threshold, and as previously discussed, projects located in VMT efficient areas. In addition, projects that are identified as already having a low VMT are also presumed to have a less than significant impact. These types of projects include ministerial actions, such as the construction of single-family homes, and projects with average daily trips that are considered to have low VMT, such as a 4-lot subdivision or an agricultural use. Projects with a less than significant impact are not required to prepare additional VMT analysis. Projects above the significance threshold require additional VMT analysis to determine if the project has significant impacts. Projects with significant transportation impacts must identify actions to reduce VMT to levels below the significance threshold, or the project will be required to process an EIR with overriding considerations.
The second item requiring board direction is the geography to use in calculating average VMT. This will affect the size and location of VMT efficient areas in the unincorporated county. Staff has identified 3 options for consideration. The entire county is a geographic boundary, 2.9 million acres. The boundary of the unincorporated county for a total of 2.2 million acres, or smaller subareas within the unincorporated area whose acres vary. Option A uses the entire county and includes the number and length of all vehicle trips in the region. This approach compares higher VMT projects in the unincorporated area with lower average VMT, primarily driven by the shorter trips found in the cities. The average VMT for the San Diego region is 21.85 miles per capita. This option places approximately 2,467 acres of VMT-efficient areas within the unincorporated county. On this map, these areas are visually very small at a countywide scale, but they occur in Lakeside, Valle de Oro, North County Metro, and Borrego Springs. This map shows the location of VMT-efficient areas in relation to areas designated in the general plan as village, shown in red. This option provides the least benefit to infill development in villages and the least benefit from alternative modes of travel, including walking and cycling. When compared to the other 2 options, a geography based on the San Diego region may likely result in the greatest amount of GHG reductions and a higher level of CEQA analysis, and mitigation requirements for the general plan compliant projects in the unincorporated area. Choosing this option places more of a priority on GHG reductions, resulting in the least amount of VMT efficient areas within the unincorporated county. Option B is a geography based on the unincorporated area. It excludes trips that start and end in the cities. However, it includes trips that start in the unincorporated area and end within a city, and those trips returning back to the unincorporated area. This approach compares a project's VMT to the higher VMT average found in the unincorporated area only. The average VMT for the unincorporated area would be 32.54 miles per capita. This option places approximately 45,444 acres of VMT efficient areas within the unincorporated county shown here in black. Choosing this option would locate VMT efficient areas within unincorporated villages and surrounding areas along the western boundary of the unincorporated area. This option does not result in as much GHG reductions as an option A. Therefore, a greater number of general plan compliant projects within villages along the western edge of the unincorporated boundary would not need a VMT analysis. Option B balances greenhouse gas reductions with providing benefits to infill developments within villages, encouraging development in areas that could be provided with the benefit of alternative modes of travel. It is consistent with the Climate Action Plan strategies by locating VMT efficient areas closer to employment and services. Option C is a geography based on 5 subareas within the unincorporated county. Each subarea excludes trips that start and end in the cities and in other subareas. It includes trips that end outside of subarea and those trips returning to the subarea. The average VMT would vary depending on the subarea, ranging from 24.52 to 58.05. Rather than being compared to the average VMT in the San Diego region or the unincorporated area, this option would compare a project's VMT to the average VMT within its surrounding community. Approximately 74,049 acres of VMT efficient areas would be in the unincorporated county. This project is consistent with the goals and policies that focus development in the more rural village cores. Staff is not recommending this option because it locates VMT efficient areas in eastern parts of the county furthest away from job and service centers. Similar to option B, this option would not result in as many GHG reductions as option A. The greater number of general plan compliant projects throughout the unincorporated area would not require a VMT analysis. This option consolidates villages with similar commute patterns to distribute VMT efficient areas within those villages and surrounding areas throughout the unincorporated county. Staff recommends option B as the geography boundary to determine the average VMT. This option provides a balanced approach to meet the intent of SB 743 and general plan goals and policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, although not as many within option A, encourage infill development, which for this analysis means in village areas, and improve public health through more active transportation. Option B places a majority of VMT efficient areas along the western edge of the unincorporated area, which is closer to employment and service centers within the cities. This is also consistent with the Climate Action Plan strategies by placing VMT efficient areas in the unincorporated county closer to employment and services in areas that potentially could benefit from active transportation. General plan compliant projects in these areas will benefit from not being required to complete a VMT analysis. In addition to projects with VMT below the threshold of significant are projects located in VMT efficient areas. Projects that are considered small and known to have a less than significant impact are not required to prepare a VMT analysis. Projects that are not considered small by OPR include projects generating less than 110 average daily trips, such as single-family subdivisions with 10 units or less, condominiums with 13 units or less, and multifamily developments with 19 units or less. It also includes retail projects under 50,000 square foot in size, the size of a typical grocery store, which are presumed to generate low vehicle miles traveled. OPR's recommendation is based on a CEQA categorical exemption for existing facilities and up to 10,000 square feet in size. To determine the average daily trips, or ADT, of a 10,000 square foot building, OPR used trip generation rates provided by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE, which equals 110 ADT. Locally, the city of Carlsbad is using 110 ADT as the screening criteria. Sandag also provides trip generation rates in their 2002 guide for the San Diego region, which results in 200 ADT for the unincorporated area. The cities of Chula Vista and San Diego are using a regional trip generation rate. This table provides a comparison of project sizes with 110 ADT and 200 ADT. Staff recommends defining a small project as generating fewer than 110 average daily trips because it is most aligned with state guidance that was provided. It results in more general plan compliant projects requiring a VMT analysis and identifying VMT reducing mitigations. When combined with a geography based on the unincorporated area, a screening criteria of 110 ADT balances the general plan implementation with the benefits of VMT reduction in helping meet the state requirements for greenhouse gas reductions. Methods used by jurisdictions to mitigate VMT for transportation impacts include actions that reduce driving and increase options for non-automobile travel. Examples provided by OPR relate to a project's location, neighborhood, and site design features such as access to transit, installing sidewalks or bike lanes. Other examples include transportation demand management strategies to reduce vehicle travel demand through car sharing programs and providing incentives to employees to use transit. Given the distance of unincorporated communities from job centers and the relative scarcity of transit, reducing VMTs will be challenging to achieve in rural areas. Projects will be able to provide minimal on-site reductions. The lack of transportation and transit networks make it difficult to mitigate the longer trips. To fully mitigate VMT impacts, there may need to be a reliance on mitigation programs such as a mitigation bank, an exchange, or impact fees. Effective mitigation programs may also rely on regional partnerships. Staff will return with options for mitigation in the fall as part of Phase 2. Another component of the Transportation Study Guide includes a local mobility analysis, or LMA. Although road congestions will not be analyzed under CEQA, SB 743 does not preclude a local government's authority to make planning decisions on vehicular circulation and access deficiencies requiring specific operational improvements. The general plan mobility element includes policies and programs that are directed at maintaining a level of service D or higher. As part of the Transportation Study Guide, staff proposes establishing an LMA component to analyze level of service as required in the county's general plan. The LMA will supplement the CEQA VMT requirements by addressing the safety and operations of the road network surrounding a project.
The public and stakeholders provided input through written correspondence, teleconference meetings, and 2 county-hosted webinars. Themes from the public input received are listed on the slide. Highlights include a variety of perspectives on the intent and requirements of SB 743 and its relationship to climate change, transportation, and land use planning. The greatest number of comments and differing opinions centered around the location-based VMT screening maps previously presented. Each option received support from at least one stakeholder group. Most commenters supported either the regional map, option A, or the unincorporated geography, option B. Other comments related to the challenges of reducing driving in rural and semi-rural areas, like the county, support for continuing to analyze traffic congestion and safety even if it's outside the CEQA review, and concerns about unintended consequences of changing the way project traffic impacts are studied. Staff offered to attend all community planning groups to present our findings on VMT, and 6 accepted the offer. Input provided during these meetings focused on how project applications will be reviewed in their community, how VMT mitigation would change or be the same as existing transportation mitigation, the difficulty of changing driving habits in semi-rural and rural areas, and the desire to still analyze and require safety and congestion improvements associated with new development. 2 planning groups made recommendations. Fallbrook voted to support geography option B, the unincorporated area, and Twin Oaks Valley submitted a letter supporting geography option A, the San Diego region. The proposed changes to the county's CEQA guidelines related to transportation as detailed in the proposed Transportation Study Guide are exempt from CEQA because it is not defined as a project, it's considered a ministerial action, it's categorically exempt since it assures the enhancement or protection of the environment, and it implements existing law. In conclusion, staff recommends the following. Find that the proposed resolution complies with the California Environmental Quality Act and state and county CEQA guidelines, and adopt the Transportation Study Guide with a significance threshold of 15% below the average, geography based on the unincorporated area boundary, option B, screening criteria based on 110 average daily trips for small projects, and establish a local mobility analysis. This is a summary of the key policy decisions and available options for the board to consider when adopting the TSG. This concludes the presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Okay, let me ask if there are any questions or comments on the part of members of the board. We've got 5 public speakers. I know Supervisor Fletcher, did you want to talk now or after the speakers?
I'm happy to wait till after the speakers, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Is there requests on the part of any other board member to ask staff questions now? If not, let's go ahead and proceed to the 5 public speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll note for the record that we received 16 e-comments on this item as of 9 o'clock this morning. As a reminder for the callers, if you do not wish to speak on this item, please hang up and call back when the board begins discussion of the next item. We'll begin calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Just want to confirm that with the chairman.
Yes, that's fine.
You will hear, for the callers that are listening, you will hear this sound. When your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. And I'll remind the public speakers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Let's identify the first caller, Aaron. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first caller is 1434.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Cox, Supervisors. My name is Dan Nierinks. I'm the chair of the Jamul-Dalzura Community Planning Group. And by unanimous vote, the Jamul-Dalzura Planning Group recommended the existing application of the LOS matrix remain a part of discretionary project impact analysis outside of CEQA requirements. This will provide for better safety in road conditions as a result of changes made by discretionary projects. Second, the planning group recommended the VMT mitigation option of the VMT impact fee program, as it provides better local community impact mitigation. Those are the items that I have for today, and no other items to address. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0612.
Good morning. My name is Angelique Kalanog, speaking on behalf of the BIA of San Diego. The BIA is in support of the county staff's recommendation to implement option B as the geographic boundary for VMT calculation. We concur that this is a balanced approach to address greenhouse gas reductions while still providing options for infill development. As the county moves to phase 2 to determine an appropriate mitigation strategy, the BIA asks that we be included in any working group to develop options for the board to consider in the future. Lastly, we ask that the county provide an opportunity to reassess and make adjustments to the success of this program, since this is new territory for the county and the regulated community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2750.
Good morning. This is Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League, Honorable Chair. and members of the board. We urge you to reject the staff recommendations and provide alternative guidance. The goal of SB 743 is to encourage smart growth and reduce VMTs. Yet what staff has recommended is a highly ineffective program that frustrates the legislative intent. According to the staff report, the proposed exemptions would allow up to 3/4 of all the units in the general plan to never assess and or mitigate VMT impacts. This huge number of exemptions is due to allowing comparison with the unincorporated area rather than the Sandag region, and allowing projects of up to 13 units to escape mitigation using a faulty metric for average daily trips. Thus, this is really a shell of a program. We urge you to direct staff to exempt a much smaller fraction of units from VMT reduction measures. We recommend, first, use the Sandag region as the baseline. Secondly, use the incorporated cities as the baseline for any urban type general plan amendments. And thirdly, revisit the faulty ADT metric. These things would exempt a much smaller fraction of units from VMT reduction, better achieve the intent of the bill, and also reduce the currently unaccounted for cumulative impacts from all these exempted units. Currently, growth in remote locations would be encouraged. We need to do the opposite. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8032.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is Craig Benedetto representing NAIOP San Diego, the Commercial Real Estate Development Association. These comments build on a letter that was previously submitted to staff during the public comment period. NAIOP supports the county's adoption of the threshold for VMT in order to comply with state law under SB 743. For the options in front of you today, we generally support the staff recommendations for all TSG components, except for the recommendation on geographic boundary. First, option A would essentially kill development in the county of San Diego, and we strongly oppose its adoption. While option B is more acceptable, we would still prefer the community-based approach in option C because it takes some of the pressure for VMT regulatory compliance off of the county's most disadvantaged communities, those that are largely to the east of the I-15. This sub-regional approach would better resemble the county on a community-by-community basis. Regardless of which option is adopted, we respectfully request that you direct staff to work with applicants to recognize and document the VMT patterns of different types of projects, particularly when the county's mitigation program is not yet established. Mitigation needs to be feasible, which is why we support the county staff's phased approach in establishing the threshold and then figuring out how to construct mitigation programs that are reasonable, fair, and affordable. In the interim, out of fairness to projects that have a significant impact, but no access to a county program to mitigate the impacts, we ask the board to affirm a policy that facilitates a statement of overriding consideration until such time as a fair mitigation program is in place. So in closing, we would respectfully request your support for the option C, sub-regional threshold approach, clear direction to work with the county's landowners to develop a fair and reasonable set of mitigation measures, and also clear direction to staff in the interim that projects not be inordinately held up in trying to address this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8046.
Good morning, Chair and Board. My name is Noah Harris, Transportation Policy Advocate with Climate Action Campaign. Level of service, which describes a road's capacity, has traditionally been mitigated with road widening. After years of conclusive research, we know that expensive road widening projects catalyze a slurry of disastrous impacts, including induced car demand, increased vehicle miles and greenhouse gas emissions, and continual sprawl development. Senate Bill 743, passed in 2013, required local jurisdictions to switch their measurement of transportation impacts from level of service to vehicle miles traveled. This switch was intended to incentivize infill development and sustainable transportation modes we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector. The method by which average VMT is calculated for CEQA transportation analysis is extremely consequential. Using the regional average VMT is the only option consistent with OPR's recommendation and with the legislative intent of SB 743. Staff's recommendation only preserves the status quo by making it much easier and more cost-effective to develop sprawl than infill, reversing the legislative intent of the bill. We urge the board to make the right choice now, especially in light of the recently rescinded Climate Action Plan. The county has wasted too many taxpayer dollars defending fatally flawed caps to push forward unacceptable sprawl development projects in dangerous wildfire zones. Choose option A, regional average VMT for geographic implementation of SB 743, and help build a climate-safe future in San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on this item is 8569.
Hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Frank Landis, and I represent the San Diego chapter of the California Native Plant Society. Chairman Cox and supervisors, we ask that you reject staff recommendations and provide alternative guidance. SB 743's goal is to encourage smart growth and reduce VMTs. Vehicle emissions and the major source of greenhouse gases in the county. So reducing these emissions by reducing VMTs is an obvious necessary solution. Unfortunately, staff recommendations exempt up to 75% of the general plan units from VMT mitigation. They do this by using unincorporated areas as a baseline for density developments and by exempting small developments from mitigation using the average daily trip threshold of below 15% below average rather than lower. Please direct staff to use option A rather than option B and use the Sandag region for large-scale projects. And please also direct staff to set the ADT metric to a much smaller have a much smaller fraction of units. Finally, I want to bring up a different point, which is that right now the biggest thing that's driving down VMTs has nothing to do with roads. It has something to do with online meetings. So one way to help meet this goal might be, rather than focusing on how wide the roads are, focus on how good internet access is in rural parts of the county so that people don't have to drive to do their business. Anyway, the county must reduce GHG emissions, and VMTs are the major emitters. Please minimize them. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you. And that concludes public testimony on this item, Chairman Cox.
Very good. Let me ask if staff has any additional comments before I go to board discussion.
We do not, Chairman.
All right, Supervisor Fletcher, you had some questions?
Yeah, just more of a comment and a suggestion. Look, I get the challenges we face in California are twofold and at times can appear contradictory. We have the reality that it is 100 degrees in the Arctic today. So we are painfully aware of the impacts of climate change, and we're also aware of the requirements to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And the single largest driver of greenhouse gas emissions and the single largest driver of air pollution is the vehicle. And so efforts aligned to reduce our VMTs are something that are a policy priority for the state of California and are something that the reality is we have to do. And we continue as a county to struggle with how we also meet the housing needs that we have of our region. And we have to have more housing and we have to build more housing. And it is not inconceivable that we can do both of those things, but it does require us to fundamentally rethink the approach that we take towards what we're doing. And that's very difficult and it's very hard. And it's not the way that we've been doing things for the last 100 years, but it is entirely possible to significantly increase the availability of housing and reduce our vehicle miles traveled. But again, we have to do it in a different way. And that is something I think as a county, we've certainly struggled to work through. And we could go through the litany of court cases where the court pointing out that we continue to struggle to adhere to what the law tells us to do. We could look at the guidance that we have out there from the state of California. We could look at issues surrounding our climate action plan. We could look at issues surrounding wildfire. We can look at issues of the reality that we have the 6th dirtiest air in our region. And all of these things should bring us to the reality that we have to rethink things in a new light. And I think that SB 743 is a very elegant opportunity to provide the tool to rethink that. SB 743, by moving away from levels of service to VMTs, will expedite and facilitate the construction of housing in areas where it ought to go. It'll make it easier because if you're below that VMT threshold, you have no significant impacts and you don't have to pay significant amount of money to mitigate the development. And we have to simultaneously break through NIMBY barriers to put housing where it belongs. But I think that there's an opportunity for us as a board to really move in a smart direction and move in a smart way. There are areas of the unincorporated where housing is entirely appropriate. We have a general plan that outlines a lot of those areas. There are areas in the unincorporated where housing is simply not appropriate, both for VMT issues, for greenhouse gas issues, for air quality pollution issues, for wildfire issues. And so I think that SB 743 gives us an opportunity to reap significant greenhouse gas emission reductions to help us with our climate action plan efforts. I think it gives us the opportunity to begin that very difficult and hard process of rethinking where we place housing and how we do it. And I know then Senator Steinberg worked very hard on this bill. It passed in 2013. There's been a significant delay of implementation to allow everyone to get ready for it. Here we are 6-7 years after the bill was passed, moving forward with the implementation. But I think that if done right and if done correctly, it gives us a great opportunity. And so I would like to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation with one difference. I would add that we would do geographic based on San Diego region, which is option A. I think that this most aligns us with where we need to go as a region, and I think this provides the greatest opportunity to truly increase housing in areas where it is most appropriate along transit corridors, and so that would be my motion.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Could you repeat the motion, please?
Sure. It's basically to adopt staff recommendation with the change that on the geographic basis, it would be option A instead of option B.
Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion. I have quite a few questions I'd like to ask though.
Okay, Supervisor Jacob, go ahead.
If I could. First, to staff, on the LOS issue and the traffic studies that we do now, are those going to go away? Are we still going to use level of service? Are we still going to require the normal traffic studies that we do now? And is this additional?
Supervisor, through the chair. In addition to the VMT analysis that's required by SB 743, staff is proposing a local mobility analysis, which is similar to what we're currently doing in terms of a level of service analysis. The local mobility analysis will look at traffic effects from a project to surrounding road infrastructure, intersections, and access to the site. The LMA is scaled back when in comparison to an LOS analysis. However, it does look at similar items such as safety, delay at intersections, and operations of the road.
Thank you for that. Another question I had, there's some talk on the callers that weighed in on this about legislative intent. The staff recommendation, options A, B, C, in terms of the geographic area, do each one of those meet legislative intent?
Supervisor, all of the options presented before you today are consistent with the state recommendations and would be implementing SB 743 as required.
Could I hear from council on that? Is there one that's more legal than the other, or are there any of them that are not legal and carry out the legislative intent?
Under CEQA, it would support a selection of any of the three options on the geographic boundaries, and Senior Deputy County Counsel Brooke Miller is available to respond further.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, all of the options would meet the legislative intent. The purposes of SB 743 were not only to reduce GHGs, but also to encourage info and also to encourage a diversity of land uses. So the options have slightly different effects on the potential development patterns in the future, but all of them accomplish the legislative intent.
Which one of the options meets the requirements of our general plan better than any of the others?
Supervisor, of the options, option B and C are based on the unincorporated area and place approximately 45,000 to 50,000 acres of VMT efficient areas within the unincorporated county. When looking at the two options, B and C, option C is consistent with the general plan policies to focus development within villages throughout the unincorporated area. Option B does focus development within villages. However, it is primarily concentrated to villages that are located along the western edge. So if choosing between the two, option C is more aligned with the community development model of the general plan. However, option B is reflecting strategies of the climate action plan, reflecting development patterns that we have observed since 2011, and places VMT efficient areas closer to job centers, therefore balancing compliance with general plan policies as well as the intent of SB 743.
Thank you for that, Rami. I think you've done a really good job on this very, very difficult situation. And it's going to be, I think, unfortunately, very confusing going forward with development projects, but the law is the law. My last question, Dan Silver made a statement that under the staff recommendation, which the geographic area would be the unincorporated area, number B, letter B, that 3/4 of the projects would have no VMT analysis. Would that be accurate or not?
That is accurate. However, there's some explanation behind that. Options B and C, based upon the location of VMT efficient areas, would consider approximately 30% of the general plan capacity as less than significant. The other component of that would be if we look at the zoning designations throughout the county, those that are located in semi-rural and rural areas tend to have a low density. And for purposes of this analysis, we presume that those projects in those locations would not exceed the screening criteria in terms of requiring a VMT analysis. So when looking at the VMT efficient areas as well as the capacity of zoning densities, we do see that a potential of 70% of the general plan capacity could be considered less than significant.
But not necessarily increase the vehicle miles traveled, is that what I understand?
It will not increase vehicle miles traveled. It will set a standard for VMT analysis for projects within the unincorporated area that are subject to the requirements of SB 743.
I appreciate that, and I understand. I believe that the difference here is between the geographic areas that we're going to choose. I actually think staff's done a pretty good job. I mean, obviously there'd be some that would want C, some would want A, and I think what Rami and the staff have put together in trying to figure out the intent of the law and where we're going with this, I would tend to go with B. So I don't know if the maker of the motion, if that changes your mind, Mr. Fletcher, or not. If it doesn't, I'd have to withdraw my second.
That's fine. I understand.
Okay. So I'd be inclined, Mr. Chairman, to go with the staff recommendation. If there's no motion on the floor, I would move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Greg, your mic is muted. Can't hear you.
Yeah, that could be a problem. Thank you. So my understanding is that the motion on the floor now would be to accept the staff recommendation on option A and the significance threshold. The geographic boundary would be option B. Project analysis, it would be option A, and then the local mobility analysis is the same. Is that correct, Supervisor?
That's correct. It's a staff recommendation, correct.
Okay. I would second that motion, and I know Supervisor Desmond wanted to speak at this time.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just, I think Supervisor Gaspar seconded that while you were muted.
Oh, okay. That's even better yet.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I appreciate, all the time and that the staff has put into this. It's very difficult to weave all of these laws with the general, our general plan, the climate action plan, the VMT, the level of service. It's kind of hard to weave all of these things together and still, for us to perform in building some of the housing that we need in San Diego County. So I appreciate the motion. I was just curious. I'd like to see, I don't know if the maker of the motion would like to change, or even the seconder, that the screening criteria be based on the SANDAG data as a baseline that the city of Chula Vista, the city of San Diego both use, are the two largest populations in our county. Those two cities are using the SANDAG data as the baseline, not the other one, which is a nationwide database. This is SANDAG of the SANDAG region. So I'd like to see the change of the screening criteria be based on 280 T for small projects. Would be the only change I'd ask for the maker of the motion to recommend, to put in there.
Does the maker of the motion want to accept that?
I have a question. I thought we were using the SANDAG numbers.
Supervisor, we are using the SANDAG model to prepare the analysis. The reference that Supervisor Desmond is referring to is with regards to the screening criteria and using SANDAG's trip generation, which is different from OPR's recommendation, which is using a different trip generation. The distinction between the two is that OPR recommends average daily trip for screening criteria of 110, while when we use the SANDAG trip generations, the calculation changes and increases to 200 average daily trips.
I'm going to stick with the motion, what staff is recommending. I mean, that's small projects. Let me explain my reasons for supporting the staff recommendation. I think there's several, because I'm a big supporter of our general plan, and probably the rest of you know by now. And I believe that it's appropriate to reinforce that general plan in whatever we're doing. The traffic analysis is very important. We're not going to lose what we already have in the LOS. This is just additive. But I believe what staff has presented is a balanced approach to meet the intent of the law and the general plan goals and policies. I believe it reduces the greenhouse gas emissions, probably not as much as with option A, but it will reduce them. And it encourages infill development, which for this analysis means in village areas, and will improve public health through more active transportation. It also places a majority of the VMT efficient areas along the western edge of the unincorporated area. These are the more suburban areas, not the backcountry rural areas. And that's where it'd be closer to employment and services centers into the cities too. It's consistent with the climate action plan that we don't have, even though staff keeps saying, we have something that they're trying to live up to. I hope we get there someday. And general plan compliant projects in the VMT efficient areas will benefit from not being required to complete additional VMT analysis. So if a project comes in, the way I understand it, if a project comes in, it's consistent with the general plan, which I support, then they won't have to do this extra analysis. And I think that's fair. So that would be basically my reasons for supporting B for a geographic area of the unincorporated area and not the whole region.
Okay, is there any additional comments on the part of board members? If not, we do have a motion by Supervisor Jacob, seconded by Supervisor Gaspar to approve the staff recommendations on this item. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, no.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Supervisor Fletcher voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Item number 9 is the next item we'll consider. I understand there's one speaker, but before we get to that speaker, I wanted to introduce our brand new Public Works Director, Jeff Bonetta. And Jeff, welcome to the County of San Diego. I don't know whether you have any introductory comments you want to make, but if you do, go ahead and do so at this time, and then we'll go to the one speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to start my career in this dream come true position that I've dreamt about for years. Growing up in San Diego for 40 years, I spent 8 years in Northern California. The weather got cold and I missed all my family. So now that I'm back in San Diego, I'd also like to thank Ms. Agassi for giving me the opportunity and anyone else that's involved. I look forward to moving forward with projects and delivering the level of service that the community expects. And, you know, I left a city with a PCI of 82, so if granted the funding, I'd love to bring the county to 83. So with that, I just want to say thank you and look forward to working with you and the team.
Great, Jeff, we're glad to have you as a part of our team. Why don't we go ahead and go to the one speaker and we can focus on issues that may be with one of the recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will note for the record that we received 4 e-comments on this item, and we do have one speaker requesting to speak on this item, so go ahead and call that speaker.
Thank you. And if you'd please state your name for the audio record when you begin, you may proceed.
Hi, my name is Bill Macy, and I am a local resident of Valley Center. I read in my local paper that the Traffic Advisory Committee had voted to recommend a traffic light at the top of the grade. I'm here to ask you to vote no on this recommendation. I prepared some pictures. Do I have pictures or no?
Mr. Macy, we did not receive pictures for you to show.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, so there are, as you know, on a traffic light, there are 9 warrants or justifications. Only one of these pass, and it's the one that has to do with platooning. So there are 3 existing lights in Valley Center. There are 3 more going in. So we have 6 lights that are going to provide plenty of platooning. The traffic light they want to put in is the private enclave at Ridge Ranch at the very top of the grade. If that light turns red, 600 cars an hour will have to stop on a grade facing up or down, depending on whether they're leaving or coming into Valley Center. So out of the 9 warrants, the most important 2 warrants are volume and accidents, and none of them apply. The volume isn't even close to what the warrant provides. The accident warrant has no issues. There's no safety issues there. 4 of the warrants don't apply, and you end up with the 1 warrant for platooning, which is legal, but it's not one of the important ones. The Caltrans representative said there might be rear-end collisions. The Oceanside Highway Patrol agreed. This light will indeed create a safety issue. And it's not just a light. It is also flashing warning lights down the road. There's additional signage, extra red lights involved to try to avoid the safety issue. Further, from an environmental point of view, all these vehicles stopped at the light will have lost their momentum, and they'll have to spew out all this pollution, both sides, to get back up the hill again. So in summary, there's a few residents that live in this private enclave that would like to have their own light, as opposed to what the DPW provided, which was an acceleration line, a protected right turn lane, and a U-turn intersection at Woods Valley Road. That was what DPW provided for them in 2017. So this is the main road into Valley Center. Please vote no on this light, and let's let the platooning go with the development. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And just for the record, our staff and the clerk of the board did receive the photos that Mr. Macy had requested be shown, and those will be posted to the backup material for this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Desmond.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cox. Putting in a new traffic light, when I was the mayor of San Marcos, we were about to name the traffic light the city flower because they were popping up everywhere. But we primarily do it, for safety reasons. And the Valley Center Community Planning Group recommended approval of the light. The Traffic Advisory Committee recommended approval of installing the light. The staff went forward and made the appropriate findings and safety protocols and thresholds. They said all of those were met that require a traffic light. So this wasn't put in, it wasn't recommended just out of the air. So driver safety is very important to me. And for those reasons, I'll support staff's recommendation and move to approve item 9.
Okay, is there a motion for or a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, would the clerk, we have a motion by Supervisor Vice Chairman Desmond, seconded by Supervisor Jacob to approve the staff recommendations on item number 9. If there's no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman. With that motion, item 9 introduces an ordinance amending section 72.169.17, 72.169.22.5, and 72.172.36 of the San Diego County Code relating to speed limits on county-maintained roads in San Diego County. With that, Chairman Cox, your vote, please.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
That leads us to the last item on the day's agenda, which is item number 3. This is a notice public hearing, recommended denial of Lilac Hills Ranch General Plan Amendment, specific plan, zone reclassifications, tentative map, major use permit, and site plan located in the Valley Center and Bonso Community Plan areas. This item, again, it's a little confusing because the staff is recommending denial. So those in support of the denial would be speaking in support of the item before us. Those hoping to approve the plan would be speaking on the negative side. And I know that we have a staff presentation, which is approximately half an hour. We have 4 group presentations, and then there's 55 speakers that are requested to speak. I'm going to allow 15 minutes for the group presentations, and then for the individual speakers, it'll be 2 minutes. So why don't we go ahead and get started with the staff presentation.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and Supervisors. I'm Mark Wardlaw, Director of Planning and Development Services. The item before you today is staff's recommendation to deny the application for the Lilac Hills Ranch General Plan Amendment, specific plan and related actions. We do not present this recommendation lightly. We've spent more than 8 years engaged with the applicant, the public, and the Planning Commission during the on and off again processing of Lilac Hills Ranch. Over this long period of time, conditions have changed since the staff first recommended its approval in 2015. Specifically, our fire safety evaluation of the site and surrounding conditions, project design, and site and community evacuation has evolved in response to the increased frequency and intensity of fires in the state and within the county. Over the last year and a half, Planning and Development Services, County Fire Authority, Sheriff, Department of Public Works, and County Council have held over 15 meetings with the applicant where we've explained our concerns, listened with open minds to their proposals, and agreed to certain fire safety-related improvements made to the project. However, the applicant has not been able to resolve the existing road and right-of-way conditions on West Lilac Road to reduce the risk of entrapment of people during a fire event. The board is asked to consider the applicant's request, the staff recommendation and options, the Planning Commission recommendation, and public input, and provide direction on how to proceed with the application. We'll now begin our recorded presentation.
I'm Mark Slovic with Planning and Development Services, and I will be presenting on item number 3, the recommended denial of the Lilac Hills Ranch project. The Lilac Hills Ranch project is located in the unincorporated area of northern San Diego County, approximately 10 miles north of Escondido and approximately a half mile east of the Interstate 15 corridor and Old Highway 395. The project is approximately 608 acres and is located in the westernmost portion of the Valley Center Community Plan area and easternmost portion of the Bonsall Community Plan area as shown here. Although the Board of Supervisors is not considering approval of the project, the following is an overview of the project proposal. The Lilac Hills Ranch project proposes 1,746 residences, 90,000 square feet of commercial, including office and retail space, a 50-room country inn, a 200-bed group care facility, 104 acres of biological open space, and civic facilities that include a senior center, approximately 25 acres of public and private parks, 16 miles of trails and pathways, a private recreational facility, a new fire station or a remodel of an existing fire station, and a K-8 school site. The project would be implemented in 5 phases over approximately 10 years. The Lilac Hills Ranch project was first submitted to Planning and Development Services in 2012. The project was presented to the Planning Commission at 2 separate hearings on August 7th and September 11th of 2015, and a field trip to the project site was also conducted on August 12th, 2015, between the 2 hearings. At the September 11th, 2015 hearing, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the project with specific conditions. Conditions including improving West Lilac Road to county public road standards, constructing a turnkey school, identifying specific timing for facility and infrastructure improvements, and resolving issues related to private road easement rights and overburdening, which occurs when the traffic added to an existing road easement exceeds the amount of traffic the existing road was intended for when it was created. In 2016, a modified version of the project, which did not include the staff and Planning Commission recommendations, was placed on the 2016 countywide ballot as a voter initiative by the then applicant Accretive Investments Incorporated. The initiative was not approved by the voters. In June 2017, the current applicant, Village Communities LLC, modified the project to incorporate the recommendations made by staff and the Planning Commission and resubmitted the project. The revised project included updated traffic information and a new greenhouse gas analysis to mitigate significant impacts from GHG emissions, which was recirculated for a 45-day public review from February 22, 2018 to April 9, 2018. In June 2018, the Planning Commission considered the changes made after September 11, 2015, and determined the changes were not substantial and therefore did not require a new Planning Commission recommendation. At the time the Planning Commission recommended approval in 2015, the Deer Springs Fire Protection District had fire authority jurisdiction over the project. Deer Springs Fire Protection District accepted the fire protection plan for the project and confirmed it could provide fire service. Although the County Fire Authority did not have jurisdiction at the time, it also reviewed the project and provided comments regarding fire safety while recognizing the Deer Springs Fire Protection District had jurisdiction over the project. 2 significant changes have occurred since the Planning Commission hearing in 2015. First, in late 2016, the County Fire Authority began providing fire prevention services on Deer Springs Fire Protection District's behalf pursuant to an agreement. The County Fire Authority subsequently reviewed the project and identified several fire safety concerns. Second, California experienced the deadliest and most destructive wildfires in the state's history. The wildfires in 2016, 2017, and 2018 led to an increased focus on fuel modification along roads, additional fire safety regulations, and analysis of evacuation planning across the state. The project is located within high and very high fire hazard severity zones, and the surrounding areas have historically experienced large wildfires. Fuel concentrations and corridors in the immediately adjacent and nearby areas, if combined with certain weather conditions, could result in significant fire development. The county identified fire safety concerns, most critically that the project presents a risk of entrapment along West Lilac Road during a wildfire evacuation. The project has 2 primary evacuation routes, West Lilac Road at the north end of the site and Circle R Drive to the south. West Lilac Road is an existing 2-lane road that provides access to Old Highway 395 to the west. Approximately 81 existing residences along West Lilac Road are expected to use the road during an evacuation, and up to an additional 1,000 homes from the Valley Center area may also use West Lilac Road during an evacuation if Circle R Drive is not available. The proposed project would add 1,746 residences to the area, as well as a 200-bed group care facility and 50-room country inn, with an estimated population of approximately 5,000 additional people needing to evacuate in the event of a wildfire. The applicant estimates approximately half of the project residents would use West Lilac Road during an evacuation. The county disagrees and believes the number of residents evacuating from the project will likely be higher, but would depend on the location of the fire. West Lilac Road currently contains vegetation along both sides of the road, as shown in this slide. While this vegetation has the potential to be compromised by fire at various locations, the risk of vehicle entrapment is currently low due to the relatively few existing homes in the area. That risk increases significantly with the addition of project traffic to West Lilac Road. If traffic is slowed or stopped on West Lilac Road and the road is compromised by fire, there is a heightened risk of vehicle entrapment and impeded evacuation efforts. To address the risk of entrapment, staff concluded a 20-foot wide fuel modification zone was needed along both sides of West Lilac Road. 20 feet is now the standard for fuel modification and has been applied in the county to all large development projects since the recent large wildfires in California. The fuel modification zone would slow the rate of wildfire spread, allowing for an orderly evacuation for current area and future project residents. In order to establish and annually maintain the fuel modification zone, the county determined the applicant needed to secure easements from private property owners. The applicant worked to resolve many of the county's other fire safety concerns, but failed to obtain a single easement right along West Lilac Road. Instead, the applicant secured letters from 9 property owners agreeing to fuel modification. The county determined these letters are insufficient because they are not legally binding and do not grant the county a permanent right to conduct fuel modification. The county does not support the applicant's proposal to conduct fuel modification through voluntary or ordered abatements by the Deer Springs Fire Protection District because it puts the community at risk of entrapment based on an assumption that clearing will occur. Only with easements can the county ensure the fuel modification zone will be maintained to mitigate the entrapment risk. Given this risk, staff has determined the project is unsafe. The applicant submitted several evacuation studies in 2019 and 2020 to support their claim that the project will not negatively impact evacuation. County staff disputes assumptions relied upon in the studies submitted by the applicant. For example, the studies assume the addition of a 2-way left turn lane and road improvements on West Lilac Road will more than double the road's capacity. The county agrees these improvements may increase capacity, but disputes they will double capacity because, among other reasons, the improvements will not extend the entirety of West Lilac Road to Covey Lane. Also, 2 lanes of traffic would not be able to flow through a single-lane roundabout by crossing into the center island. The studies also assume intersections in the area would be managed by law enforcement to facilitate traffic flow. In making this assumption, the studies fail to account for additional time needed for dispatch, evacuation declarations, and placement of law enforcement at intersections. In addition, the studies assume all evacuation routes will be open and available to evacuating traffic. The county disputes this assumption because it is likely the fire causing the evacuation will prevent the use of at least one of the evacuation routes. Since 2019, the county held over 15 meetings with the applicant to discuss the fire safety concerns. The county provided the applicant options they could analyze for the county to review and consider based on the results of the analysis. The county offered the applicant the option to study providing a fuel break to the east of West Lilac Road as an alternative to easements along West Lilac Road. The applicant chose to pursue easements on West Lilac Road instead of studying a fuel break. Another option was to evaluate Nelson Way as a potential additional evacuation route to the west. The applicant expressed interest in exploring this option and subsequently provided additional information to the county. The applicant's evacuation studies assume that 30% of evacuation traffic will use Nelson Way during an emergency. However, after the county evaluated the road, it determined Nelson Way could relieve some of the demand on West Lilac Road, but could not replace West Lilac Road as an evacuation route. Nelson Way is too steep, narrow, and windy to handle the number of cars from the project expected to use West Lilac Road. In addition, Nelson Way will be a private gated road and only open during an emergency because the applicant does not have rights to allow project residents to use the road on a daily basis. Because Nelson Way would only be open during an emergency, it is unlikely that evacuating residents will use Nelson Way. Gated roads often cause confusion during an emergency, with many folks unaware of the potential evacuation route. Therefore, county staff disagrees with the assumption that 30% of the evacuation traffic will use Nelson Way during an emergency, which will result in more evacuation traffic using West Lilac Road, leading to a higher risk of vehicle entrapment. The county requires 20 feet of fuel modification along evacuation routes. The fuel modification requirement is not a new or unique policy applied just to this project. Previous projects have been able to provide 20 feet of fuel modification along the primary evacuation routes without the need for easements. The reason these projects did not require separate fuel modification easements is because the fuel modification could be accomplished within the existing county right-of-way or was provided within the project boundaries, which was able to accommodate the road improvements and fuel modification. The Lilac Hills Ranch project requires easements because the county has limited right-of-way along West Lilac Road, and in many cases, the right-of-way stops at the edge of the road. The project is located within the Deer Springs Fire Protection District, making them the fire authority having jurisdiction. The county provides fire prevention services on behalf of the district through an agreement that can be terminated by the district with a 90-day notice. If the agreement is terminated, the county will have no legal authority to require fire clearing along West Lilac Road. Regardless of whether the county or Deer Springs Fire Protection District has jurisdiction, relying on voluntary or ordered abatements is an inadequate way to establish and maintain a fuel modification zone. There is no guarantee the abatement process would result in the necessary clearing along West Lilac Road, presenting too great a risk to the community for staff to support. Based on the number of private properties and the need for annual clearing over the life of the project, it is likely that some of the property owners would appeal the ordered abatements. If the county were to perform the property abatements every year, it could require additional staff positions in County Fire Authority and/or County Council to carry out the property abatements and administrative appeals for the approximately 50 properties on a yearly basis. The cost to carry out and perform the clearing, not accounting for the additional staff positions, would be paid by future residents of the project through a homeowners association and would be approximately $10,000 annually. On May 15, 2020, the Planning Commission requested Planning and Development Services to add an item to the June 12, 2020 agenda to consider the formation of an ad hoc subcommittee for the project and to receive an update from county staff on the fire safety determination. On June 12, 2020, the Planning Commission conducted a notice public hearing and decided not to form an ad hoc subcommittee for the project. At the meeting, the Planning Commission voted 5-2 to recommend that the Board of Supervisors not deny the project due to fire safety concerns. The Planning Commission voted to recommend that the necessary fuel modification along West Lilac Road be conducted by the county or Deer Springs Fire Protection District without requiring easements, and recommended that a condition be added to the project to fund the fuel modification along West Lilac Road in perpetuity. The county has determined that project traffic during a wildfire evacuation will impact the existing community by causing delays and traffic congestion on West Lilac Road, putting the community at risk of vehicle entrapment. Without the legal assurance of fuel modification easements along West Lilac Road, the fire risk to the existing community and future project residents remains unaddressed. Staff does not agree with the Planning Commission recommendation to require fuel modification to be performed by the County Fire Authority or Deer Springs Fire Protection District through forced property owner abatements, which could put the community at risk with no guarantee that clearing will actually occur. Staff has therefore determined the project is unsafe and recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny the project and 1. Find that denial of the project is not subject to environmental review under Section 21080B5 and 15270 of the California Environmental Quality Act because CEQA does not apply to projects that a public agency disapproves, and 2. Deny the Lilac Hills Ranch General Plan Amendment zoning reclassification, specific plan, master tentative map, implementing tentative map, major use permit, and site plan based on the fire safety concerns. The Board of Supervisors has 3 options. First, the board can deny the project and no further processing would be required, and no further cost would be incurred by the applicant as the project would not move forward. There would also be no restriction or limitation on any future general plan amendment applications requested on the property, even an application for the same project. However, any future permit applications requested on the property would need to restart the permit process, including the preparation of a new environmental document. Second, if the board does not support the staff recommendation, it can refer the project back to staff for further analysis and allow the applicant additional time to try and resolve the fire-related issues, including making changes to the project, like changing the project design or reducing the number of units. Ultimately, it is the applicant's decision and responsibility to propose changes to the project and not the county's. Third, the board could also direct staff to prepare the necessary documents to approve the project and bring it back to the board for consideration. Under option 2, where the board refers the project back to staff, the staff recommendation to deny the project may or may not change. If the applicant were to substantially modify the project, for example, by reducing the number of proposed homes to more closely match the 110 homes allowed under the general plan, decreasing the number of residents that would need to be evacuated, the recommendation could change. However, if the applicant does not substantially change the project and continues to process the project with the same number of proposed homes and the same fire safety measures that have already been considered and evaluated by the county, the recommendation would not change. Under option 3, where the board directs staff to prepare the necessary documents to approve the project, the staff recommendation to deny the project would not change. Under options 2 and 3, where the board refers the project back to staff, the EIR would need to be recirculated to give the public an opportunity to review and comment on the fire-related changes. A recirculation of the EIR would take approximately 1.5 to 2 years to process and return to the board with the cost to the applicant ranging from $150,000 to $250,000, depending on the number and complexity of comments received during the recirculation public review period. This concludes staff's presentation. We will now have Planning Commission Chairman Douglas Barnhart and Planning Commissioner Brian Woods provide a summary of the Planning Commission's recommendations from June 12, 2020.
Good morning, Supervisors. I am Planning Commission Chairman Douglas Barnhart. The Planning Commission has discussed the Lilac Hills Ranch project at a total of 5 meetings, 3 in 2015, including a site visit, and at meetings in 2018 and a recent meeting earlier this month. The Commission is well versed in the project and the surrounding community concerns. On June the 12th, 2020, the Planning Commission conducted a noticed public hearing and voted to recommend that the Board of Supervisors not deny the project due to fire safety concerns. The June 12th, 2020 public hearing was noticed when the Commission learned that county staff had forwarded a project denial recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. The Commission was not advised of the recommendation and desired to understand in detail its basis. In the June 12, 2020 hearing, the Commission heard from county fire officials as well as highly qualified fire safety experts representing the applicant. Obviously, the experts have reached different conclusions. Central to the difference is a county staff mandated condition that requires the applicant to obtain easements from property owners whose property is adjacent to West Lilac Road. The requirement of the easements was, in the opinion of the Commission, a bridge too far. The Planning Commission did not feel it appropriate to require off-site easements for fuel modification and was concerned that the conditions set a precedent that would provide adjacent property owners on future projects veto authority on future development regardless of merit. Owners of property in San Diego County yearly receive fuel abatement notices from fire agencies. These notices advise that fuel abatement may be accomplished by the fire agency in the event of noncompliance with a resulting charge to the property owner. The easement condition may establish a legal requirement for the county to perform fuel abatement on private property with the resulting liability. The Planning Commission did vote to add a condition of approval that requires the applicant through the Development HOA to fund fuel modification along West Lilac Road in perpetuity. Planning Commissioner Brian Woods, who chaired the 2015 Planning Commission meeting, will provide additional comments for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Supervisor. The Planning Commission determined that it should not be the applicant's responsibility to provide fuel modification along West Lilac Road, and that clearing should be done through an abatement process currently available at the Deer Springs Fire Protection District. The applicant worked with the county to address the fire concerns and added approximately 12 new features to the project over and above the features that were included in our 2015 decision group project and its fire mitigation, and significantly improves the fire safety as a result of these additions. These include providing intermittent turn lanes along West Lilac Road and Circle R Drive, increasing fuel modification within the project, adding another evacuation route via Nelson Way, therefore creating 3 major evacuation routes, and providing a one-time $2 million contribution and ongoing HOA assessment to the Deer Springs Fire Protection District for fire clearing and requiring the development of a fire safety council for the project. The Commission agreed with the applicant that a condition should be added to the project to address the off-site clearing rather than requiring fuel modification easement from the off-site property owner. As a result, the Commission noted that the project has the most comprehensive fire mitigation measures we have ever seen. We feel that County Fire should deem the project acceptable and recommend the project to the board. We voted 5-2 to accept the fire mitigation as extremely adequate and recommend the project to the board. Thank you very much for your time. That concludes my comment.
Okay, does that complete the staff presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay, do we have any representatives from the, I think there's 3 different community planning groups or sponsor groups. Do we have any representatives from those that wish to speak on this item?
Mr. Chairman, we do have a representative from the Valley Center Planning Group that has called in.
Okay, we would allocate him 5 minutes under our normal procedures.
Okay, we'll call up that speaker.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Steve Hutchison, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Valley Center Community Planning Group along with Chair D. Harms. Like some of you, for the past 10 years, I have been representing my community concerning the Lilac Hills Ranch project. And during that time, we have opposed the project on numerous other issues beyond the fire hazard issues you're presently considering. To be clear, fire and emergency evacuation hazards are fundamental community safety issues. As a resident who lives along West Lilac Road to the east of the Circle R Drive intersection, I'm dismayed that the applicants and their consultants don't adequately address the hundreds, more likely thousands, of existing Valley Center residents that may be funneled along West Lilac during an event only to be backed up behind 5,000 Lilac Hills Ranch residents who will be clogging the exits. The Camp Fire and Paradise's failed evacuation plan should be instructive about entrapment. In fact, the catastrophic local fires in 2003 and 2007 are examples of the difficulty of planning for evacuation from Valley Center, even without considering the addition of 5,000 more residents along 2 key evacuation routes. Law enforcement and fire resources will likely be stretched as thinly in the future as they were in those previous horrendous fires. Excuse me. And as the staff reports, the Lilac Hills Ranch project will burden West Lilac Road with 2 times its rated capacity of traffic. That's not a formula for evacuation success. The county is right to require easements for vegetation management in this case. My guess is the county would want easements along all of Valley Center's roads if it were possible. However, the county is somewhat limited to conditioning new developments for this purpose. This project is located in the wrong place with inadequate plans for evacuation when the need arises, and the need will arise. After more than 10 years reviewing this project, involving thousands of hours of volunteer community effort, it is still coming up short of the expectations of the community of Valley Center. What more is there to review that hasn't been considered and reconsidered and rejected already? We strongly urge you to join the County Fire Authority and the Planning and Development Services staff who have determined that the fire and evacuation hazards warrant denial of the project. To do otherwise is to tempt disaster and ask for liability. It must be remembered that the voters in the entire, the entire county rejected this project overwhelmingly by a 2-to-1 margin in 2016, and yet it is still before us. Please deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Desmond?
Is the applicant, do they get an opportunity to respond to staff presentation?
Yes, they will be the first group called up. I believe they have 1 or 2 group presentations, and then there's, I think, 1 or 2 group presentations in opposition, but I wanted to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this point, before we get to the group presentations, are there any questions by supervisors of staff on the presentation up to this point? Seeing none, we'll proceed then, and what we'll do, while this is again a little bit convoluted because the staff is recommending denial, I am going to allow the applicant to go ahead and do their group presentation at this time, and then we'll follow up with the other group presentations. So if the clerk would go ahead and call them up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a reminder, any members of the public that have previously requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. Again, you'll be muted until it is your turn to speak. I'll also note that we received 575 e-comments on this item. We'll be calling up the first group presentation. That group will have 15 minutes. All individuals in the group must provide testimony during that time period. When you hear this tone, that means your time is up, so you'll need to self-regulate your time with a timer in the room with you to indicate your 15 minutes. We did receive 2 requests for group presentations from the applicant and owner, and it appears at this time only one of the groups has called in. So if all 6 of those members are in the same location, then we'll just need to know which 3 are beginning the first group presentation and then which 3 are beginning the second group presentation. So we'll call up the first group. And again, I'll ask each person that's speaking to state their name for the audio record.
Yes, the last 4 digits, 1799. I believe this is the owner. You are unmuted, and you can introduce the group presentation.
Chairman Cox, this is John Rilling with Village Communities. We have a pre-recorded applicant presentation. I'm with Larry Hirschfield, the owner, and Sam Hartman, all with Village Communities. Thank you. And I'll ask.
Mr. Chairman, we're working on a technical difficulty with the video. Just give us a couple minutes here, please.
Advanced this project to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation for approval most recently last week. It was twice scheduled to come to this board in 2018 with staff's recommendation and findings that it is consistent with all of the general plan goals and policies, including S1.1, S3.1, and S3.6. Over the last year and a half, our team of experts worked with the county to enhance fire safety beyond the features. Chairman Cox and honorable supervisors, my name is John Rilling. I'm the for a great project, Lilac Hills Ranch. Lilac Hills Ranch has been in the works for more than 10 years with almost 15,000 hours of county processing time and $2.5 million paid for the county's review. The Planning Commission has now 3 times advanced this project to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation for approval most recently last week. It was twice scheduled to come to this board in 2018 with staff's recommendation and findings that it is consistent with all of the general plan goals and policies, including S1.1, S3.1, and S3.6. Over the last year and a half, our team of experts worked with the county to enhance fire safety beyond the features included in the Commission's prior favorable recommendation. We are here today because one issue remains, and that issue is not whether Lilac Hills Ranch is a fire-safe community. The issue is how to implement the last fire safety requirement, specifically how to ensure vegetation management is implemented on a section of road outside the project boundary. Our team would never ask any commissioner or supervisor to vote for a project that does not meet fire safety standards. We note that never in this year-and-a-half review was general plan consistency cited as a concern. However, our board materials address this. First, we cover the project's fire safety features. Second, we discuss the one remaining issue. Third, we review implications of staff's position. Fourth, we address why EIR recirculation is unnecessary. And finally, our solution, which was recommended by the Planning Commission to resolve the last remaining issue. The Planning Commission recommended project approval 3 times, in part because it meets or exceeds all state and local codes and includes funding for fire safety that is close to $6 million more than what is required by the code. Collaborating with County Fire Authority over the course of 2019, Lilac Hills Ranch added many new safety measures, including building project roads before a single home is occupied, funding $2 million to implement veg clearing along off-site evacuation routes, and additionally builds 3 strategically placed hardened structures to provide temporary areas of safe refuge for regional evacuation. The result is a punch list of 13 final items requested by the County Fire Authority. We've agreed to each of the Fire Authority's 13 final requests, with disagreement only as to the implementation, namely vegetation management along an off-site segment of West Lilac Road. Before moving to this last issue, we address 3 unrelated items brought up by Chief Meacham at the PC. First, the project includes a 200-room group care facility. The facility will be constructed to standards above code. After the board's decision on the project, this facility will undergo yet another discretionary approval. To eliminate any uncertainty regarding safety, the project included a requirement that it will not only comply with all future codes and standards, but will also incorporate any safety measures above and beyond the code that County PDS and the County Fire Marshal deem necessary. In response to Chief Meacham's comments on June 12th, and in the spirit of cooperation with the local district and the County Fire Authority, the applicant executed the district's very demanding term sheet and submitted it to the district last week. The terms accepted by the applicant include more than $5.7 million in funding above the code. The applicant has submitted revisions to its evacuation study in response to county input. Each of these studies has been consistent with adopted county standards and precedent. Mike Huff, the county CEQA certified expert who has authored every recent evacuation plan, informed the Planning Commission that his analysis on this project is more comprehensive than any other adopted study to date. The only remaining issue involves how to perform vegetation management on this half-mile section of West Lilac Road as shown here. County staff states that this segment is characterized by existing combustible vegetation that could obstruct or entrap vehicles during evacuation. Staff asserts that if LHR is built, additional traffic might use West Lilac, exacerbating this problem, thus requiring 20 feet of vegetation management along this segment. Staff has also concluded that the only way to ensure that veg management can occur is to obtain easements from every property owner along this section of road, including those with no vegetation. Today, if an entrapment occurred, the existing community is at risk because there's no redundancy to this segment and there's no dedicated funding to implement the county's safety standards. Cars will only have one way to get out. With the project, existing residents will have at least 5 additional route options, which don't exist today, to circumvent any obstructions along this segment. Additionally, the project solves the veg management problem through funding, which is almost always the biggest obstacle to implementing code compliance. In summary, the project does not exacerbate fire safety concerns along West Lilac, but rather, residents along this road will be safer if the project is built because there will be more ways to get out and vegetation management will be funded. But here's the whole point. The debate is over how, not if vegetation management gets done. Shown on the screen are excerpts of communications from staff. Staff demands easements and asserts that without them, there can be no guarantee of fire safety. Fire districts in San Diego County have historically enacted ordinances to ensure property owners meet their vegetation management responsibilities. This process can be encumbered by disagreements with property owners as to who should pay, though we note the law requires the landowner must pay. Just recently, in March of 2020, responding to updates to the state fire code, the county with 13 local districts adopted a new consolidated code, which is separate and different from local district abatement ordinances. The code is crystal clear as to the fire authority's right to enter if necessary. Easements are not necessary to establish or maintain the 20 feet of veg management, or what the code refers to as a fuel modification zone. The adopted fire code mandates that property owners modify combustible vegetation within 20 feet of a public or private roadway adjacent to their property. And if the property owner fails to do so, it enables the fire authority, quote, to enter private property to ensure that FMZ requirements are met, end quote. This rarely happens, since property owners almost always fulfill their responsibilities. Easements would unnecessarily duplicate the rights already granted to the districts in the county in the code, that is, the right to enter the property. In fact, the county's approved easement language, as shown on the screen, states its purpose is to ensure the property owner complies with the code, but the easement grants no new or additional rights not currently possessed by the fire authority. The language explicitly states that it is not intended to supersede the code or to relieve the property owner of his or her obligations thereunder. Separate agreements are simply not required to enforce the law. Requiring an easement is akin to asking the property owner to opt in to abide by our county's safety laws. Easements are not only unnecessary, they dangerously imply the county requires permission to enforce the law in order to keep the county fire safe. The reality is, the issue of veg management on this road is an easily solvable problem. All residents recognize the importance of fire safety, especially when it involves the safety of their family and their property. In our discussion with the residents, it is likely that every owner would agree to fulfill his or her responsibility regarding veg management, especially if the applicant's veg management fund is structured to allow reimbursement. But if there is an owner that refuses, thereby putting neighbors and firefighters at potential risk, of course the fire authority should follow the clear language of the code and do the veg management itself. No individual property owner can elect to opt out of these important shared responsibilities. I'll now turn the presentation over to Larry Hirschfield, who became the majority owner of Lilac Hills Ranch in 2017.
We now turn to some critical implications that arise from staff's positions. First, county residents have the right to assume that county roads are kept safe. We ask the audience to focus on staff's statement shown on the screen, that the county has no guarantee that necessary fire clearing will occur without the county first acquiring easements. What if today, absent Lilac Hills Ranch, West Lilac Road was deemed to need clearing to meet fire standards? Or, for that matter, what happens when any county road requires clearing? Is the county telling us that roads cannot be cleared of unsafe vegetation anywhere they do not have an easement? If so, does that imply that roads cannot be kept safe? In the comment shown here, staff seems to suggest that if for whatever reason the Deer Springs agreement were to end, there can be no certainty that the successor fire service provider would have the authority to require clearing. Shouldn't we reasonably assume that all areas of the county will always have a responsible fire authority bound by the fire code and that it will fulfill its responsibilities? It cannot be the case that the ending of an existing agreement for fire protection services puts residents at risk. Staff's position is that the applicant must obtain an easement from every property owner or staff will recommend project denial. This effectively gives a veto over the building of the entire project to each and every resident along this stretch of road. If even one project opponent lives here and refuses to grant an easement, the project will be recommended for denial based solely on this property owner's action. Land use decisions should be made by the Board of Supervisors after a lengthy, open, and public review process. Individual property owners should not be granted vetoes. With respect to this new proposed policy of requiring off-site easements, in truth, getting easements from any property owner is very difficult. Most owners are happy to comply with their vegetation management responsibilities, especially if someone else will pay for it, but very few want to burden their deed with new easements. In this applicant's view, it will never be possible to get voluntary easements from all property owners in any area. In other words, if this is a new allowed policy, it will be the death knell of any new housing in our county. The granting of vetoes to individual property owners, combined with the impossibility of fulfilling this requirement, will convince developers that they have no chance of project approval. In summary, the project enhances fire safety for residents along West Lilac Road by providing alternative evacuation routes in the event of an obstruction. As to the critical point, how to ensure the veg management on West Lilac Road, we believe the requirement to obtain easements is unnecessary and unprecedented. First, existing law and policy clearly provide the means to accomplish vegetation clearing. Again, easements are not necessary. Second, the project will pay for the clearing. The one issue that sometimes delays this process, who will pay, is solved since the project will pay. And finally, the requirement for off-site easements, if implemented, gives veto power to individual property owners and will eliminate or substantially frustrate the creation of new housing in this county. I'd like to now talk for a moment about EIR recirculation. County staff has determined that recirculation of the project's environmental impact report is required. We respectfully disagree. Lilac Hills Ranch, by the end of this month, will have undergone 10 public hearings and 4 public reviews for a total of 14 separate opportunities for the public to provide input. The project's EIR has been circulated to the public 3 times, and in 2018, staff requested yet another recirculation. In 2018, we were required to come back before the Planning Commission for a review of staff's position, and, as you'll recall, the Planning Commission unanimously disagreed with staff and concluded that recirculation was not necessary. At that hearing in June of 2018, the Commission directed the project be expeditiously sent to the board for approval. That was 2 years ago. Our council has provided a detailed memo explaining why recirculation is unnecessary. A copy has been forwarded to this board. We note that staff states that recirculation will take 1.5 to 2 years and cost $150,000 to $250,000 in county fees. We are candidly shocked by this statement. Recirc is not required, but if it was, the statutory public comment period is 45 days. Adding comment response time, the entire process takes 4, not 24 months. There are 2 topics for which the applicant has proposals. Regarding the easements, our preferred solution is for the board to accept the 5-2 vote of the Planning Commission that the fire code gives the county the legal authority to implement roadside vegetation management. And with our commitment to provide funding, vegetation management can be accomplished and maintained in perpetuity. If this board disagrees with the Planning Commission and believes that some or all of the subject easements are needed to recommend approval, we request that the board require a condition of approval that applicant obtain easements on a best efforts basis. As to any easements that cannot be obtained, the fire authority will ensure vegetation clearing as needed using the funding provided by the applicant and pursuant to the code. Consideration offered for easements will be at fair market value as determined by a certified appraiser, with the easement costs credited against the $2 million vegetation management fund. As a third choice, the issue of easements can be avoided completely by conditioning the project's first certificate of occupancy on the vegetation management issue on West Lilac Road having been addressed to the satisfaction of the fire chief pursuant to the code. This would be implemented by outreach to any lot owners whose properties need work, using money from the project to pay for the work. Almost all these folks will voluntarily comply, especially given the project is paying. For those folks that do not comply, the fire authority will use the power granted under the code to do the work to ensure the safety of area families and firefighters, again, using project-supplied funds. The project would be precluded from adding a single car to West Lilac Road until this work was completed. As an important aside, we note that our project has a fire safe council which will educate and interface with the community to ensure successful implementation of this process. We note that our fire safe council, unlike many others, is required and is funded as a condition of approval of the project. With respect to EIR recirculation, our preferred solution is for this board to recognize the immense amount of public scrutiny this project has had and that a 4th EIR circulation is unnecessary. In such case, we ask staff be instructed to bring the project back to this board for final decision. If this board believes the issue of recirculation requires further review, we ask, as was done in 2018, that the Planning Commission be directed to schedule a hearing to provide a recommendation on recirculation. Staff and applicant have been unable to reach agreement on what should be an easy-to-resolve issue. We request this board, either directly or by delegation to the Planning Commission, establish a dispute resolution mechanism to facilitate completion of processing and return for final vote. When processing applications, time kills. After 10 years and staff's latest assertion of an up to 2-year EIR process, we request your active involvement and direction on establishing reasonable timeframes as set forth on the screen. It is time for a final vote. After many years of planning and collaboration, one issue stands in the way of a positive staff recommendation. We've offered solutions and are asking for your help to break through this impasse. We thank you very much for your time today.
So we understand that the
Okay, yeah. What I was
presentation.
No, that I agree. I was just saying to do it before. I mean, so that it's something that doesn't necessarily.
Please mute your phone. Thank you.
So we understand the applicant also has a presentation on fire that we were planning to play next. Did you want to make any introductions of the presenters before we play that presentation?
I'll ask Howard Windsor to please unmute his phone, please.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Cox, esteemed board members, and county staff. My name is Howard Windsor, one of the fire staff members for the applicant. Following is our fire safety presentation. It includes Greg Schreiner and Mike Huff. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Howard Windsor. I was the CAL FIRE unit chief from 2008 to 2011. I was in charge of reviewing the CEQA guidelines for wildland fire and fire protection, which the county currently uses today as their standard. The applicant asked me and a team of 7 other safety experts with combined experience of over 250 years to assist them in evaluating the Lilac Hills Ranch project's fire safety. Lilac Hills Ranch is a state-of-the-art fire-safe community and makes the existing region safer. In the next few minutes, I want to explain why this is a fire-safe community based on objective facts about the area roads and the area vegetation. This map shows a vantage point of the project area looking west toward the coast. It shows the 2 main egress routes east of the project site, Circle R Drive and West Lilac Road. We will now layer on the road capacity and connectivity added by the project that makes the area evacuation safer. Effectively, the project creates a duplicate road network connecting to the existing area road network in a more defensible location. The project creates a new egress route by modernizing Nelson Way. It creates a 12-foot intermittent lane on West Lilac Road west of the project. For context, this 12-foot wide third evacuation lane is the same configuration as a mitigation approved in Harmony Grove Village South. This evacuation lane can be viewed as giving project traffic a new lane out while maintaining the current lane out for existing area residents. A second 12-foot intermittent lane is added to Circle R Drive to eliminate potential queuing and reduce evacuation time. At the direction of the county, the project eliminated 5 gates and equipped the remaining 2 gates with firefighter override capability. As a redundancy, the project accepted the fire authority's request to staff a 24/7 gate guard to ensure these gates will be open in the event of an evacuation. The project also agreed to provide $2 million to fund vegetation management of off-site roads highlighted in purple and will fund vegetation management into perpetuity through the project HOA. The project agreed to build the roadways highlighted in yellow before any home in the project is occupied. This ensures multiple route options along with a parallel route to West Lilac Road that does not exist today. The result, the project enhances fire safety for the area, reduces evacuation times, and allows for the rerouting of evacuation traffic from West Lilac Road with no material impact. Over the last year and a half, the County Fire Authority, PDS, and the applicant with a team of fire experts, including myself, first looked to meet the county's safety codes and then looked to meet the high bar set by county precedents to ensure Lilac Hills Ranch meets or exceeds county standards. In the case of Project Egress, Lilac Hills Ranch exceeds county standards and precedent and continues to raise the bar set by those thoughtfully designed communities recently recommended or approved. To evaluate evacuation roads in the project's vicinity, we defined a 30-mile area around the project. This area is characterized by an extensive evacuation network with 10 roads out of the area. Notably, the project is in the immediate vicinity of the 8-lane I-15 corridor, facilitating faster evacuation of project and existing traffic relative to other communities. We performed the same 30-mile evacuation road analysis to recently recommended projects to benchmark LHR's area to areas surrounding these other projects. When you strip evacuation of a given area down to its core, you have two key variables: the number of people that need to be evacuated and the number of lanes you can put those people on. The area surrounding Lilac Hills Ranch has fewer homes to evacuate than areas surrounding other county recommended projects. And it has more egress road to evacuate those homes. With fewer homes per evacuation route, Lilac Hills Ranch has a more robust evacuation network than any of the other recent safe communities within the county. We now move to area vegetation. The county has guidelines and codes in place that safely allow growth in the wildland-urban interface. We note that the project site compares favorably to other fire-safe projects. Similarly, the project site surrounding vegetation compares favorably to other fire-safe projects. One thing that sets LHR apart is the lack of contiguous vegetation in the area, limiting the impact of native vegetation. The continuity of vegetation within the project area is an improvement over contiguous vegetation seen in other projects.
My name is Greg Schreiner. I retired in 2018 after serving 5 years as the fire marshal for the County Fire Authority. I have over 35 years of fire service experience and nearly 20 years of combined experience as a fire marshal in San Diego County. Among my many duties as the fire marshal, I was responsible for reviewing and providing comments and recommendations on projects that were proposed in the unincorporated county. I was also part of the county's technical review team that created the guidelines for determining significance for wildland fire protection, and I also represented the County of San Diego at the national level, serving on multiple National Fire Protection Association technical committees that dealt with building in the wildland-urban interface environment. For over a year, County PDS staff, the Fire Authority, and the applicant collaborated to determine the best strategies and enhancements to address the project's fire safety considerations. These agreed-upon features included the applicant's fire and evacuation materials. Staff's recent correspondence to the applicant on May 6 is not consistent with the representations that were made to the applicant in previous correspondence, and it also appears to depart from the county's past practices on other recently approved projects as well as adopted county guidelines. As an example, the County Fire Authority disagrees with the use of traffic controls for Lilac Hills Ranch in its May 6 correspondence, despite the county's adopted evacuation plan Annex Q calls for traffic control, and despite the assumed use of traffic control is properly embedded in every recently recommended county project. The County Fire Authority also provides contradictory guidance regarding implementation and timing of roads. Over multiple meetings last June, the applicant met with Commander Brown of the Sheriff's Department, the County Fire Authority, and the Planning Department. In those meetings, the Sheriff's Department, in association with the Fire Authority, defined which roads the project would build and when to build them in order to facilitate safe evacuations. Specifically, before any project home is occupied, the project must construct a parallel road network that bypasses West Lilac segment altogether. With the first occupancy south of the Roundabout Connection Road, also known as the Belly Road, the project will add a southerly connection to Old Highway 395 or Circle R Drive. This agreement was memorialized by Deputy Chief Nissen in a July 3, 2019 letter. Thereafter, the County Fire Authority requested an additional roadway out of the project called Nelson Way. It was said to be the last mitigation needed to secure their endorsement of the project's safety. In response, the applicant secured the legal rights to modernize Nelson Way in accordance with county road standards and provided a full submittal to the county in November. In a January 8, 2020 letter, the County Fire Authority reiterated the value of Nelson Way, so much so it added the requirement that Nelson Way be modernized to county private road standards and that it be connected to the project road network before any project home is occupied. Fast forward just 5 months from these statements, and after an enormous good faith investment of time and resources on the applicant's behalf to satisfy this request, the county's opinion and representations regarding the usefulness and, in fact, the necessity of securing the improvements to Nelson Way in order to obtain support for the project have suddenly changed. This is a somewhat stunning reversal given the many months of representations from staff that these improvements were critical in securing support for the project. The applicant remains committed to Nelson Way requirements imposed by staff. A third critical inconsistency is how the county addresses off-site vegetation management near the proposed developments. These images show off-site road conditions near recently recommended projects similar to the segment of West Lilac Road. In my experience, county precedent has not required projects to obtain easements for vegetation management of off-site, privately controlled property located along public roadways because, in part, maintenance of defensible space by owners of private property is already mandatory as part of the state and local defensible space requirements. I should note that it has been my experience as a fire marshal spanning nearly 20 years that far more often than not, property owners understand and comply with their legal obligation to maintain defensible space on their properties for their own as well as firefighter safety. The roadways depicted above are not atypical, and as a matter of routine are subject to state and local defensible space requirements to ensure public and firefighter safety. Combined, these apparent inconsistencies are of particular concern to me and are worthy of scrutiny because as the San Diego County Fire Marshal, one of my stated goals was to improve consistency in the interpretation and application of applicable state and local fire codes, regulations, and standards in order to improve overall public and firefighter safety throughout all of unincorporated San Diego County. Rohde & Associates comes to opposite conclusions between Lilac Hills Ranch and Village 14 when evaluating the same factors. The conclusions Rohde draws for Lilac Hills Ranch appear inconsistent with the adopted standards of the county and the requirement the fire authority established for the project. Mike Huff is a CEQA certified wildland fire and fire protection planner, and he has prepared every evacuation study recently adopted by the county. Utilizing his expertise of the county standards and county precedent, Mike Huff analyzed this project and determined it can be evacuated in the thresholds consistent with other recently recommended projects and within the threshold recommended by Rohde. I will conclude my remarks with these final thoughts. In San Diego County, we learned long ago many hard lessons related to large-scale relocation and evacuations. As a result of this experience, we have implemented many changes to our evacuation protocols and procedures that include, for example, using more precise methods to identify areas to be evacuated and phasing evacuations so as not to overburden road networks, and improving communications and coordinations between law enforcement and fire managers utilizing a unified command structure. The features that are incorporated in this project take these improvements to the next level, offering unparalleled opportunities for emergency managers to further refine evacuation practices in San Diego County. One of these features includes incorporation of strategically placed interactive electronic evacuation signage along the egress routes. This signage would be controlled at the Emergency Operations Center, allowing emergency managers to direct evacuation traffic in real time, remotely, and instantly based on the often rapidly changing conditions frequently associated with wildland fire events. When they were consulted about this concept, the County Office of Emergency Service enthusiastically supported the proposal and indicated that it should be considered throughout San Diego County. Additionally, emergency managers will have available 3 strategically placed, purpose-built, hardened commercial structures that will provide dedicated temporary areas of safe refuge for the project's residents as well as existing area residents. These structures will be built to the latest fire-resistive standards and include commercial fire sprinkler systems and will be equipped with emergency backup power supplies so they can remain functional during power failures. They will be stocked with emergency supplies and will provide multimedia connectivity so that occupants can maintain situational awareness during emergencies. These are all tools in the toolbox that enhance public and firefighter safety in the region. And finally, the project is proposing a unique element that in my many years reviewing and evaluating projects has never been proposed. In addition to the funds that the project is putting forward, which are well beyond those funds that are statutorily required for, among other things, fire district staffing, fire facilities improvements, etc., the project will put forward $2 million to implement and maintain off-site fuel modification and structural hardening in the existing community surrounding the project. Experience has shown us that older existing communities are at far more risk during wildland fire events than newer communities that incorporate the latest fire-resistive construction and fuel modification features. My experience has been that funding the maintenance of defensible space is a chronic problem that plagues many existing communities in the unincorporated San Diego County area. In most cases, funding for defensible space is borne upon the individual property owners, or must be coordinated through local community-based fire-safe councils to obtain grant funding to address their community risk reduction goals. This inconsistent funding often results in a patchwork of defensible space that is far less effective in providing for regional public and firefighter safety. The funding being proposed by Lilac Hills Ranch in this element of their plan will continue in perpetuity and will not only address fuels management, but also much needed and more often than not overlooked structural hardening in the surrounding existing community. This strategy acknowledges what fire service professionals learned many years ago following the 2003 Cedar Fire, which is that effectively reducing the effects of wildland fires on our communities involves a systematic and multidisciplinary approach involving both fire agencies and the local community in partnership. In other words, there is no silver bullet, no one solution that would effectively minimize the effects of wildfire in our communities. This project uses a multidisciplinary approach that will improve fire safety for this entire region of unincorporated San Diego County and will serve as a model in the future. Thank you for your kind attention, and I'm available online to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Chairman, that appears to conclude the two group presentations in opposition to the staff recommendation. We'll now move on to the two group presentations in favor of the staff recommendation. Again, for the participants in each of these groups, you'll have 15 minutes to address the board, and all individuals in your group must provide testimony during that 15 minutes. Aaron, if you could please call up the first group.
Yes, the first group is the group with Mark Jackson. There are three different speakers calling in from three different lines, so we will unmute all three so that you can introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the board. This is a group presentation in support of the staff recommendation to deny the Lilac Hills project. It's a PowerPoint slideshow presentation. The first speaker will be Marcos Britch, followed by Hans Britch, followed by myself, Mark Jackson, and we'll have one brief concluding remark. Thank you.
Just one moment while we load that presentation.
Is Marcos Britch, Hans Britch, and Mark Jackson, and we will all be urging the board to follow staff's recommendation and deny Lilac Hills Ranch. For over a decade, agents for this developer have misrepresented the extent of the development rights. When challenged to verify information by staff or the public, the developer hits the county and public with lawyer letters, threats, and lawsuits. The developer has made no progress in 10 years resolving key infrastructure gaps, and we will examine public safety in detail in just a moment. After 10 years, the project still requires additional easement rights for proposed private secondary access roads that connect to public roads. The county views this as a private matter between two parties. And if you're a resident, you feel abandoned. And it's not just the roads. After 10 years, there are 4 concept options and no sewage treatment design. Neither Valley Center nor Bonsall schools have agreements with the project. And there is no fire service agreement for this project. What staff is telling the board is that public road capacity is inadequate for this project in this location. The developer's own consultants calculate that the minor improvements proposed only improve road capacity by 8%, without considering a single vehicle from Valley Center trying to evacuate from the east. The developer's own analysis requires 3,300 vehicles per hour capacity. The developer is providing 2,700 vehicles per hour. This won't even evacuate their own project, let alone existing residents or regional evacuees. The developer is lobbying the board to provide additional road capacity using eminent domain and paid for by the taxpayers. The list of other issues is too long for this briefing, but here's the highlights. Despite the spin and bluster, there is no affordable housing. Countywide voters rejected this project by a margin of 2-1 in 2016, and the developer has not worked in a forthright manner to effectively resolve the project's issues.
And let's not forget, there's the fire thing. The project is located in very high and high fire severity zones, and there have been an increase of large wildfires in the area. Your staff is telling you this. Listen to your staff. The developer's best case low side estimate for project vehicles evacuation is 3,077 vehicles. We believe that the developer did not accurately estimate the project's vehicle count. A 200-bed memory care facility takes at least 400 people to evacuate 200 residents. There's also a K-8 school within the project site. Even though the developer has an unsupportable low project vehicle count, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because even with the artificially low vehicle count, the developer's traffic consultant says the improved public road capacity is 2,700 vehicles per hour. In a similar weather event to the 2017 Lilac fire that originated less than 2 miles from the project can evacuate its own residents in 3,300 vehicles, let alone existing residents and residents from Valley Center and other points east of the project.
County Fire Authority advises you that there is really only one evacuation route to the west in a Santa Ana weather event wildfire with 40 to 60 foot flame lengths that can burn through this project in an hour. The only way out is the West Lilac Circle R loop to I-15. The public roads do not meet current standards for the lowest category of public road. There is 2 feet or less of shoulder in most spots. There are blind curves with vertical rock on one side and a drop off on the other. We will look at 3 sections of road with most of the 19 places where evacuees are at a high risk of entrapment and death in their vehicles. West Lilac, east of the project, is a death trap. This approximate 1 mile stretch of West Lilac Road from the project's eastern boundary toward Circle R Drive has a series of blind curves, a rock wall on one side, and a very steep drop-off on the other side. There is a high load of fuel by the roadsides. The road is on a ridgetop where thermal convection accelerates wildfire. In a wildfire evacuation, this section is highly likely to be blocked by vehicles stalled, in an accident, or over the side of the road, requiring extrication by fire crews. It's a death trap. West Lilac from Circle R also entraps regional evacuees. The same conditions are on the approximate 2.1 mile section of West Lilac Road that connects Lilac Road to Circle R Road. This route is one of only 2 roads that allow the growing Valley Center village to evacuate to the west. Depending on fire path, there could be an additional 5,000 vehicles trying to escape on this route. Evacuees will hit a traffic standstill caused by Lilac Hills Ranch trying to evacuate and are at extreme risk of entrapment in their vehicles. The approximate 3.2 mile Circle R Drive segment from West Lilac to Old Highway 395 has all of the same attributes of the other 2 segments. Plus, the drop-offs are in excess of 200 feet and greater in some areas. And current residents, the Lilac Hills Ranch project, and regional evacuees to the east will sit in gridlock at extreme risk of entrapment. It's all about needing to build new public roads and who pays for it. Without additional road capacity, the project is unsafe. Now or 2 years from now. The developer knows this. He tried to sneak a free public road into the network. The developer got caught and the board corrected his misdeeds. Your staff knows this. That's why they recommend denial. Your staff is an expert risk management team. They know that the treble damages from a single death from a wildfire event will be enormous. To defer this decision is an irresponsible risk management action. Don't place special interests above public safety. Deny this project today. Thank you. Just one concluding remark. Honorable Supervisors, please accept staff's recommendation to respect regional safety and deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll be going to our second organized presentation in favor of the staff recommendation. This one is led by James Gordon, so we will unmute the members of your group, and if you could please have everyone introduce themselves, and then you'll have a total of 15 minutes. Please self-regulate your time.
Will do. Thank you very much. So is Rand, are you unmuted?
I am.
Excellent. Great. My name is James Gordon, and I'm here today with Will Woodward and Rand Smedley. We are speaking to support staff's denial of the Lilac Hills Ranch project. I am going to lead off, then Will Woodward will speak, and then Rand will summarize, and I will close with one or two statements, and we will monitor our time. Thank you. You know, we've been, as a community, we've been, a number of people, hundreds, thousands of people have been opposed to this project for the last 15 years. And sitting here today, it's like an alternative universe. And the alternative universe is we listen to the applicant, and they are down to one minor issue, which some local homeowners can take responsibility for because they're good citizens. And yet we have county staff and county fire authority coming to you to recommend denial of the project. That's relatively unprecedented. I have to truly believe that there is a strong reason for them coming to recommend denial of the project. I really doubt if that helps them with brownie points at the end of the year. It certainly doesn't endear them to the planning commissioners who have been, hostile to planning staff and county fire, which is just wrong. And I hope that when the supervisors today have finished listening to the comments of the community, both for and against the project, or to deny or not to deny the project, that they will take this time to truly drill down and better understand exactly who's right, who's wrong, what the facts are, because you listen to the applicant, and we've listened to the applicant for 15 years. There's been happy talk from the applicant for 15 years. The applicant's been processing with the county since 2009. That's 11 years. And yet nothing gets done. Nothing gets done until a day before a hearing, and then they make out like they're the victim, and that they're just being ostracized by county staff and county fire in the community. And that's just, what's the polite term? It's just not right. It's just completely inaccurate. We hope, the community urges, and Supervisor Cox, you've been very good on this in the past, even though I've disagreed with you on some things, but you've always been responsive to listening to the community and making sure their voices get heard. I urge you all to ask county staff really what is going on. For instance, ask county fire, if a fire comes in from Pala or Palma Valley, what will happen? Ask county fire, if a fire comes in from Valley Center, what will happen? Ask county fire, if fires burn from the Valley Center to Moosa Creek in Old Castle area,
what will happen. Ask county staff, is this really just an easement issue? Did you really put your careers at risk to come to the Board of Supervisors on an easement issue? Is this project safe or not safe? Will people die or not die in a wildfire? What needs to be done to make this project safe? And these easement issues, God bless the applicant, they create easement rights out of the air. On Mountain Ridge Road, which is one of their new, we'll save the project with Mountain Ridge Road. I and others own Mountain Ridge Road. I can assure you they may have some access, but they don't have rights, and they absolutely don't have the private rights necessary to build Mountain Ridge Road. Nelson Way, the new savior out of the blue. That road is a nightmare to create, has to be built to public road standards. And yes, when they say we have secured rights, they have secured rights from one person. Maybe it's not even signed. They've secured a tentative agreement like everything else. It has to go to the Counter Water Authority Board, of which I think some of you are members on. You know this. It has to go to the Counter Water Authority Board. It will take a year plus to get there. Who knows what the board will do? It requires a vote. It certainly requires a vote to be an irrevocable road right. They create easements out of the air. So when you are, please, after we all have a chance to speak, I so strongly encourage you, you've got county staff there, you've got county fire there. Let's truly dig down to where the bottom line is. Is this project safe, or is this project not safe? And are people potentially going to die? That's number one. Number two, so we hope you deny it, but more importantly, engage in the conversation. Number two, if you send this back to county staff, I urge you to have a good understanding of not what certainly what the applicant wants, but what's possible, and that you provide some guidance to county staff. If you send this back to county staff for further study, and then they come back, let's say they cut down the 2-year EIR to 1 year. So 1 year from now, we're back, and their recommendation's going to be the same. Nothing has changed. If it requires change, then you've got to tell the applicant to get their act together and come back with something, assuming you send it back out for study. It can't be the same project. Nothing is going to change between now and a recirculated EIR. So, in summary, for my part of this group presentation, and thank you for your time, is deny the project, but more importantly, find out why your people are there, risking their careers, risking their reputations to tell you to deny the project. And number two, if you send it back, give county staff some direction as to why it's being sent back, what it is that needs to be done, and more importantly, let the applicant know that this gamesmanship, if you give them one more chance, this gamesmanship has to end. Although it's not relevant to fire safety, there's no school agreements. They just woke up on the fire safety agreement. There's no SOAR plans. There's nothing. Nothing has changed in 10 years. It's no further ahead. I'm going to turn it over to Will Woodward for the next part of this presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. The infrastructure in the area of Lilac Hills, such as it is, was installed to support a rural community. That's the way it's zoned. Make no mistake, they're asking you to change the zoning and break the general plan, make an amendment. They have no rights to this. They're asking for it. It doesn't belong here. Septic systems and a narrow 2-lane winding road and a 2-lane bridge high over Interstate 15. That's what we got. If you want to build a new city in that area, you need to build infrastructure to safely handle the additional load. Instead of doing that, you're trying the duct tape and baling wire approach. We'll just jam everyone onto the existing roads that were built for 1/20th of the traffic. You may be able to tell yourself down the road that you were sure everyone would get out all right. I don't know what could have happened. Escape out West Lilac Road is really only one problem. Prevailing winds are from the west. You should look at how we escape to the east. Try getting 5,000 more people down Lilac Road to the east. Let's sleep all better tonight. Please deny the project. Now to Rand Smedley.
My name is Rand Smedley. I live in the immediate vicinity of the Lilac Hills Ranch project. Good morning, Chairman Cox, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I suspect it's rare for the County Board of Supervisors or any other similar board to have to make life and death decisions in the course of taking care of the county's business. And yet, that's truly what's been at stake for this project all these years. My support of the county staff and fire authority recommendation to deny this proposed project isn't because it's in my backyard, although it is literally in my backyard. It isn't because it will on a daily basis overload existing roads and with traffic, although it will do exactly that. If you drove these roads every day as I do, you wouldn't need a traffic analysis to know this. I don't oppose the project because it's a leapfrog development that will pave over more of San Diego County's shrinking open space, although of course it will. My opposition to the Lilac Hills Ranch project is and always has been for the impact that it will have on my household in the inevitable event of a North County wildfire driven by Santa Ana winds. When that fire happens, and it will happen, my family and I will find ourselves behind 5,000 new residents who, in an understandable panic, will be trying to squeeze through, at best, 3 small intersections: West Lilac Road, Circle R Road, and maybe Nelson Way, all of which dump onto Old 395, which is yet another 2-lane road. From there, they will have to fight to get to Interstate 15. No doubt, they may make it out, but what of the rest of us who are stuck behind them, the residents who already live here? Are we to be the fiery sacrifice in the name of more houses? Why? When your general plan has room for the development of tens of thousands of homes in areas that it deems safe and is supported by the necessary infrastructure, should we be put at such risk? Think about this. We're having this meeting this morning in this manner, online and on the phone, due to the small but significant risk from the ongoing pandemic to the health and welfare of a few of us. People who are in the know are telling us that we should, rightly, do this, and so we are. People who are in the know, the county staff and the fire authority, are telling you, and we voters, that the risk to us is too great to approve this project. I urge you to do the right thing, maybe against your political instinct or inclination. Do the right thing and save the lives of North County residents and vote to deny this project. Please do not let what happened in Paradise happen in North County. Thank you.
And we thank you, and we conclude our presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the request for group presentation this morning. We will now move on to the individual speakers. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear notification that your call has been unmuted. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record. You will have 2 minutes to address the board, and you'll hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. During your comments, it would be helpful, as the chairman indicated, to share whether you are in favor of the staff recommendation to deny the project. In other words, you are opposed to the project, or indicate that you are in opposition to the staff recommendation to deny the project, which means you support the project. I'd remind the speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Aaron, if you could please identify the first caller. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first caller is 1010.
Hello, my name is Tara Lawson-Reamer. I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm calling to voice my support for the staff recommendation to deny the Lilac Hills project. I oppose the Lilac Hills project on the grounds of all the speakers that have come before me, but particularly the fire safety risks that it poses to our community, the threat to our ability to meet our GHG target reduction emissions that are mandated by the state in terms of meeting our climate change goals, and the threats to our traffic and quality of life in our community. So again, I would like to urge the Board of Supervisors to oppose the Lilac Hills project and to support the staff recommendation to deny the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1659.
Thank you. This is Ann Olmsted, speaking in support of the staff recommendation. The League of Women Voters in San Diego County joined together to urge the board to accept the recommendation of county staff to deny the Lilac Hills Ranch GPA and all related permissions granted to this project. The topography, isolation, and road system of this area are such that they cannot be changed to improve the safety of the residents should they need to evacuate. The statement by the department director, Mark Wardlow, is clear. Because the project's proposed traffic improvements are insufficient to mitigate evacuation impacts, the project presents a risk of entrapment along West Lilac Road for area residents evacuating during a wildfire. Due to both concerns with evacuation and the lack of easements, county staff has determined the project is unsafe and is recommending denial of the project. End of quote. The fact that the County Fire Authority is now the fire prevention service agency for this area and concurs with this assessment by your staff is conclusive support for this recommendation. The League appreciates the research undertaken by county staff to determine the viability of this project as related to public safety. Given the increasing frequency of wildfires in California and the growing impact of climate change on our local rainfall, this recommendation seems not only appropriate, but also sensitive to the reality of our future environment. And I am president of the League of Women Voters, North County, San Diego, and this letter is co-signed by Lori Field, president of the League of Women Voters, San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1785.
Before the next speaker begins, for the board's reference, there are 33 callers on the line for this item.
Thank you. My name is Craig Jones. I want to bring into testimony that Lilac Hills is the worst kind of sprawl that goes against county promises, legal obligations. In 2011, the county adopted a comprehensive general plan update with an objective being to take away the possibility of sprawl in unincorporated areas and thereby to realize of environmental issues, including impacts to regional air impacts. I quote from the county's own adopted final IR for the general plan amendment, page 2.338. Projects that are inconsistent with the regional planning documents called strategy and San Diego portion of the California State Implementation Plan are based on would have the potential to result in cumulative impacts that if they would include development beyond regional projections, update would ultimately be used as the basis for future updates for applicable air quality plans. And here's the kicker. Development in the county would be required to comply with the general plan update or would not be approved. Now, this is a legal promise and an obligation that the county made in order to make findings and adopt and the adopted RAQS and SIP be denied because it is not in compliance with the land use limitations of the general plan. If approved, Lilac Hills would violate the county general plan, county RAQS, and the county portion of the California State Implementation Plan. The environmental impacts from this approval are significant. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2694.
Yes, hi, thank you.
My name is JP Thaberge. I'm with Grow the San Diego Way, and we are an advocacy that focuses on smart growth and housing policies that move our region forward economically, environmentally, and equitably. I want to thank the supervisors for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm also the chair of the Elfin Forest Harmony Grove Town Council, though I'm not speaking on behalf of our board. Our community actually sued the county and prevailed, largely over serious concern over fire safety and evacuation issues on two separate projects, one of which was Harmony Grove South, referenced in the applicant's presentation. The Superior Court ruled that the project's approval would have to be vacated over these fire concerns. And I understand why the county has chosen to employ higher rigor on Lilac Hills and wildfire safety, and I applaud that decision. And I will note that the planning commissioners were a little bit hostile towards planning staff and the fire authority for that decision. I haven't agreed with planning staff every single time, but I have never impugned their motives. The crux of the issue is that the county has in the past chosen to ignore established science and properly analyze a full evacuation scenario while offering mitigations that were simply not supported by existing fire science. In fact, one of the main mitigations proposed by the applicant just a few minutes ago and their consultant Dudek, which was namely the widening of a short segment of egress putting a left-hand turn, it was rejected by the judge in Harmony Grove Village South because studies showed this offered no measurable benefit to evacuation and did not meet the intent of the fire code, which is to allow safe and quick evacuation. The judge said, ERR failed to adequately analyze the project's impact on evacuation times and the scheme to mitigate the risk not supported by substantial evidence. The project will not stand up to legal scrutiny, even with religious vegetation management on West Lilac Road. The evacuation throughput is just not there. A reminder, the county is only committed to assessing vegetation on 20% of the county parcels in the county per year. So that means you won't even see any assessments on those property owners in 5 years. I would like to also note that the voters voted 2-1, and in District 5 voted 80% against this project. And I would urge Supervisor Desmond to vote and stick with what he promised us in the Valley Center Forum, where he said he would not approve Lilac Hills if the fire support wasn't there. Thank you, and I urge you to deny this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2750.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of the board, Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League. I will be brief. We are in support of the staff recommendation to deny the Lilac Hills Ranch on public safety grounds. I reviewed the materials and come to this conclusion. I'd like also to note that there's really no stronger reason for a project denial than public safety. The lack of easements, to me, are just the least of it. They're important, but the egress is just overwhelmingly a problem. The Rohde and Associates analysis is very compelling, and in fact, it's incontrovertible that there is not safe egress for the project nor the community, even though multiple egress options were tried. Housing needs are important, but they can and should be met in the Valley Center villages, which are not far away and where community plan updates are underway. We again support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2847.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Lieberman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, whose mission is to make the San Diego region the best place to live and work. The San Diego Regional Chamber strongly supports the Lilac Hills project. The Chamber recently published a study about our region's commuters. It found that a staggering amount of our workforce commutes from Riverside County to jobs in San Diego. In fact, the study found that more than 53,000 people make this commute every day pre-COVID, generating significant regional traffic and environmental impacts. More homes in San Diego County would help people live in the communities where they work, and Lilac Hills Ranch would help San Diegans do that. The Chamber also applauds the revised plan, which mitigates additional fire risks. For these reasons, I urge you to support the decision made by the Planning Commission last week, oppose the staff recommendation, and approve the Lilac Hills Ranch project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2946.
My name is Jack Fox. Thank you to the board for allowing me this time. First, let the record show I fully support county staff and the fire authority's report to deny this project, and I am not opposed to denial as I posted online in my e-comment. What I am opposed to, and which has become abundantly clear, is the consistency in which some of the board vote in favor of fire-prone urban sprawl projects, such as Lilac Hills Ranch, Villano, Harmony Grove Village South, Newland Sierra, much like others who preceded them did. Fire is and will always be a threat to the rural community. Current and future family lives are being placed in jeopardy with this development, as fires will trap people in their cars trying to escape, especially over the Lilac Bridge. Voters sent a clear message to the county and this developer in 2016 when they defeated Measure B, and more recently when they defeated Newland Sierra this year. We want the general plan to take precedence in this county and not allow developers through GPAs to amend it to fit their projects. Voters, your own county staff, and the fire authority have all spoken to deny this project. Now all you must speak in voting to deny this project once and for all. In closing, I would like to mention that the San Diego Water Authority has an aqueduct under Nelson Way that they are very protective of. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3011.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Jeff Johnson. I live 1.5 miles from the Lilac Hills Ranch site. I oppose staff recommendation. While the opposition to this project are well organized and very vocal, I would like to advocate for all the Lilac Hills Ranch future homeowners who have no voice here. I have just one question for this body. Why are the planners requiring these easements and thereby applying a different set of rules for this project than for any other project? There may be an argument that each project is unique and must be evaluated on its own merits, and I would fully agree with you. The fact that there are differences in projects is precisely why we need a set of governing standards to measure the merits of each project in a systematic, comparable, and unbiased way. This community plan categorically outperforms other projects on every measurable metric, and yet those other projects were approved, and this one is being recommended for denial. Please accept the recommendation of the Planning Commission and reject the staff recommendation. Again, I ask why staff has made this recommendation. I appreciate the open dialogue on this topic today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3018.
Thank you. My name is Dave Marquardt. My family has owned 50+ acres of avocado acreage across Lilac Road from the proposed Lilac Hills development for many years. I'm writing to oppose the Planning Department's recommendation for denial. I am in support of the Lilac Hills Ranch Plan community. The proposal by the Planning Department to obtain vegetation management easements from surrounding property owners is unnecessary, since the County Fire Code already allows for the clearing of brush considered a fire hazard along public and private roads. It is inevitable that growth will occur in our rural environment, so it's important that the type of growth be carefully planned with the well-being of its residents and surrounding neighbors taken into consideration. The proposed Lilac Hills Ranch is exactly that kind of development, and the housing it will provide is much needed. Let's encourage this kind of development as opposed to a chaotic kind of sprawl that may otherwise occur over time. Please support the proposed Lilac Hills Ranch. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3204.
Hi. Good morning, Chairman Cox and board members. First, I want to thank you for your service to the county, and specifically I want to thank Supervisor Jacobs for her support of the fire services in the rural parts of the county. My name is Mike Rogers. I've been a county CEQA approved wildland fire consultant since 2004, and prior to that served 42 years for the USDA Forest Service as a firefighter, district ranger, fire management officer, or fire chief, and forest supervisor with 27 years of that time spent in Southern California. Our company, Firewise 2000, prepared the fire protection plan for the Lilac Hills Ranch project that was approved by the Deer Springs Fire Protection District in 2015. Regardless of whether County Fire is now under contract with the Deer Springs Fire Protection District, County Fire still reviewed and commented on the project's required fire protection plan in the past, and this issue of entrapment on West Lilac Road was never raised. To the contrary, the district's conditions for the fire protection plan included measures to mitigate the issue of entrapment. So why didn't the county have the same concern of entrapment years ago, since the vegetation found along West Lilac Road has not materially changed and has always been disclosed as part of the fuel modeling for this project? In other words, why now and why with this project? The vegetation along West Lilac Road didn't just grow out of the ground overnight. The new county requirement that for county approval, the applicant must acquire fuel management zone easements along West Lilac Road from the private landowners gives every current landowner a means of keeping this great project from going forward. Just one unwilling landowner can stop the project. Many of these landowners along the road do support the project. Easements are neither needed nor necessary. San Diego County Fire Authority already has the responsibility and legal authority to require these private landowners to maintain the roadside fuel management zone located on their privately owned properties. The hazard the county has now at the last minute identified is still there, whether the Lilac Hills project goes forward or not.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to please conclude your comments.
Okay. This is a county private landowner responsibility for public safety along the evacuation routes, and in reality has nothing to do with the Lilac Hills Ranch project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4555.
Yes, members of the board. My name is Larry Marquardt, and I'm a property owner across Lilac Road from the proposed development. I agree with your planning commission, which has recommended approval of the project. Based upon the additional fire safety features that the Lilac Hills developer has agreed to incorporate into the project, it will be a safe project from the standpoint of fire risk. I believe that the condition that the county planning staff is proposing regarding the acquisition of additional off-site easements along West Lilac Road is unnecessary. The county already has the ability to clear vegetation along county roads for fire safety without the need for easements from property owners. So I encourage your board to oppose the recommendation of the planning department and ultimately approve the Lilac Hills Ranch project.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5020.
Good afternoon. This is Patrick Miller, and I have lived in the North County for the last 50 years. I am very concerned about the housing shortage throughout the county. I believe that Lilac Hills would be a partial solution to that shortage. Firstly, I support the Great Fire Sale project. Secondly, I listen to the presentations and read the correspondence posted online. I applaud the applicant for offering solutions rather than complaints. We need the board to select one of the applicant's solutions and set up a way for county staff and the applicant to resolve their disputes, enabling going forward. Otherwise, I see more litigation over the county not complying with California's planning and zoning laws, more frustration over inability to provide housing during this high housing crisis, more lower and middle income and minority families and all our generation being shut out of housing and home ownership caused by staff's recommendation to deny much needed housing. Please adopt one of the solutions offered by the applicant and require dispute resolution so we can quickly move forward on this much needed community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5110.
Hello, my name is Julie Robson, and I am in opposition of staff recommendation to deny the Lilac Hills Ranch project. I'm the past president of the Southern California Trades Association, which represents thousands of members. throughout San Diego and Southern California. We enthusiastically endorse the Lilac Hills Ranch as a responsible and sustainable solution to our county's housing crisis. My understanding of the project is that it will create over 8,000 building design and construction related jobs, plus over 2,000 permanent jobs once the community is occupied. Additionally, the developer will invest over $100 million into the local economy during a time of budget cutbacks and job losses. I hope the board remands this to staff with no easement requirements and no recirculation of the project. After 10 years and 14 hearings, including today, I believe the public has had ample time to comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5364.
Hi, this is Michael O'Connor. I live on Paradise Mountain in Valley Center. This project has been like a nightmare for Valley Center and the surrounding communities. I fought the initiative that was presented by the developer back in 2016. The county voted 770,000 votes against this project. And then the county wonders why Measure A came about their face, because the public has lost its trust in sticking to the general plan. All this has become muted because the developer now takes another stab at it. I ask every citizen that lives in Valley Center that hasn't driven through this project to drive those roads. Back in 2003, Paradise Mountain had to evacuate. The choice was because the mobile home park up there had so many residents to shelter in place. They sheltered in place for a little bit up in Paradise. How many people burned in those cars because of that? All these fire experts that have come before you and put their name out there need to really evaluate what they've done. I applaud Chief Meacham for standing up to this and protecting the citizens of Valley Center, and hopeful that no other projects like this come before our community without actually adhering to the general plan, stopping leapfrog development, and look to the future of our children. Just think, if you were in those cars up in Paradise with blocked roads, that's why Chief Meacham saw these fires and reevaluated this situation. And now people are saying he doesn't know what he's talking about. For shame to the other fire officials that have come here and talked about how safe it is. My say is you're full of bunk. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5881.
Hi, my name is Eddie Wong. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I am in opposition to the staff's recommendation to deny. I support the Lilac Hills Ranch project. Supervisors, I've never witnessed such obvious singling out of this project compared to how the county typically evaluates projects. It's hard enough to run the gauntlet to build a house in this county, and that is without unnecessary roadblocks to approving a project. The most egregious thing I heard today is the statement that the developer would have to recirculate its EIR again, which staff said would take 2 years and cost $150,000 in county fees. The law calls for a 45-day period, but staff wants to extend that to 2 years. Why is processing a new house a never-ending game in this county? I find it to be shameful and disingenuous, particularly this assertion for EIR recirculation. This project has been processing for 10 years. It's paid over $2.5 million for county review, and there have been 14 public opportunities for comment, including today. It's no wonder that the housing costs in San Diego are so high. Can someone who supports more review of this project explain how they can think any home in our county can be more affordably priced if it costs tens of millions of dollars to process a project before a single shovel hits the dirt? Normal working people deserve a chance to own an attainable home without having to drive to Riverside to afford it. But more relevant for your consideration today, can someone please explain why recirculation is needed if this project has been reviewed by the public 14 times and there are no changes in the land use and any impacts from this project have only been reduced with the features newly required by the county? It defies all logic. I encourage you to take the lead on breaking this never-ending processing cycle and breaking it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5939.
My name is Alan Broussard. I live in Bonsall, about three miles away from the project. My daughter lives off of Circle R Drive and with her family, and I drive these roads every day. And I can tell you that people are talking about cars being the problem, getting out of there in an evacuation, 5,000 more cars. So let me tell you about people in Valley Center, for all you people that are supporting the project in terms of. By the way, I support the staff recommendation to deny the project. Think about horse trailers. People in Valley Center have horses, and they'll be trying to escape with their horse trailers, and that road is so narrow. Either way you go on West Lilac, either to the west or to the east of the project, so windy and narrow. In the event of the panic of a fire coming, you don't think there's going to be obstructions on that road with horse trailers and fire trucks and big trucks? I mean, it's tough. It's dangerous to ride those roads now, almost the way it is with no traffic. I can only imagine what it's like in a panic with 5,000 more people. It's tough to get out of there now. I think it's irreprehensible to consider, and anyone that would say that this could possibly be safe, adding 5,000 more cars there on these windy, narrow roads. And for sure, one of those egress paths are going to be obstructed during a fire. I've lived here for 30 years, and I'm telling you, this is insane. I strongly oppose it. Listen to your staff. Listen to the fire authorities. Thank you for your time listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6365.
Hello, my name is Tommy Howe, and I live in Mira Mesa. I'm the Vice President for Policy and former President of San Diego County Democrats for Environmental Action, and I support the staff recommendation. In 2016, our organization was active in the effort against what was then Measure B, which was the Lilac Hills ballot measure. And as you may recall, it was soundly defeated, as residents throughout the county made it clear, as they did again with Newland Sierra on the primary ballot this March, that sprawl development must not be the future of this county and is not the highest or best use of the rural areas and open space in our county. We are not Riverside County, and this county should make it a point of pride to resist the temptation to throw open our wildlands, our watersheds, and wildlife corridors to sprawl housing developers. You take a trip north on the 215 to Paris, head east to Hemet. The signs all along the road aren't placed by counties or municipalities, but by sprawl housing developers. You know their names. It's clear who holds sway there. It is not a future we should embrace here. When I ran for San Diego City Council in 2018, I often spoke about our housing crisis and cited areas within the district I was running in where denser housing was a functional option that would require some tweaks to zoning laws, but would enable residents to live within our already established urbanized footprint, near transit, and the abundant employment centers in our area in Sorrento Valley and Mira Mesa and Kearney Mesa. Furthermore, to claim that any of these homes or housing are truly affordable for average San Diegans is a gross distortion. Unless we're talking about developer subsidized or government subsidized housing, it will not be affordable for the majority of working San Diegans. And housing should not be predicated anywhere on the false premise that affordable housing at the level this area clearly needs can be achieved by setting aside a required percentage of homes that developers can simply buy their way out of. This is to say nothing of the wildfire danger and significant greenhouse gas emissions for new miles traveled to and from manufactured cities in our backcountry like Lilac Hills. It is no longer 1980. There's nothing safe or responsible about this project. Please approve the motion and support the recommendations of staff and County Fire in opposition to Lilac Hills. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6462.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Katie Yee, and I live in North County, in your beautiful district, Mr. Desmond, in an area that was part of the San Elijo Hills Master Plan, which is an example of a prior project that the same developer successfully implemented. When I find something that I love, I don't selfishly keep it to myself. I want to share it with everyone. I want everyone to have the opportunity to live in a community like ours, but there aren't enough of them out there. That is why I strongly oppose the denial of Lilac Hills Ranch. I've been watching this project for a decade. Everyone here knows that we need to plan fire-safe communities, but this has gotten ridiculous. This developer has done everything that has been asked of them. Have you ever seen an aerial photograph from after a fire in San Diego County? Do you know what stops that fire from growing? It's new development. It's new development built to the updated codes and regulations with improved infrastructure that creates fuel breaks through our vast open spaces and canyons. It is not open space and canyons that reduce the damage and destruction. It is responsible development. I saw staff recommend this project 2 times. Has anything changed about this project for the worse since 2015 or 2018? As far as I can tell, the project is exactly the same, except now it has everything this group has asked for last time, plus a list of fire safety features so long that I couldn't even read it on the screen. I've always assumed that approving new homes is like a long recipe. Lilac Hills correctly followed that recipe, and so you recommended it twice. I understand the pressure you are under and the fear that the community has due to fires, but at this point, it seems that any integrity has been thrown out the window. I honestly can't even imagine how it is legal for staff to change their minds when this project has only gotten better. I have a question, and I respectfully request a response. How has this project changed for the worse since you last recommended it? And please don't say that fires in 2018 changed this project. So again, before this hearing is over, can you direct staff to tell me what has changed? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6685.
You are unmuted.
That's you. My name is Mike Hunsaker. I am president of the Twin Oaks Valley Property Owners Association, and I would like to address the question of defensible space. 20 feet is totally inadequate. Even in Steer Springs, small homeowners have to clear 100 feet. Fires jump even interstates. Embers are and winds are the drivers. 20 feet is nothing. I've lived through one major fire in Santa Barbara where the fire roared through the center of town and jumped 101. Why is it 100 feet for some people, small homeowners, but for a large developer, we're suddenly talking about 20 feet defensible spaces? There is no way that we will be able to live with this risk as long as SDG&E is allowed to do overhead lines, which cause a good deal of the fires. So let's get reasonable. Let's understand that there is no defense. Look at Paradise. The fire roared through the very center of town, and it burnt the homes meet the fire standards just as readily as those that did not. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6903.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Dr. Chris Dykes, and I'm a professor of wildland fire and fuels management at Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo. I was hired to complete a wildfire risk assessment of the project and studied the critical differences between the 2018 wildfires in Northern California against Lilac Hills Ranch. And my conclusions are as follows. First, Lilac Hills Ranch will be significantly safer than areas burned in Northern California, due in part to the myriad of fuel modifications that exceed code. This vegetation modification in Lilac Hills Ranch will be safer at multiple scales. At the community level scale, the lands in and around Lilac Hills Ranch are dissected by irrigated agricultural lands that will impede active fire spread. At the boundaries of the project, an irrigated fuel management zone will extend 100 feet around the community. And most importantly, at the smaller parcel level scale, defensible space is designed around all the structures, which will be vigorously enforced and will be funded by the project's HOA. In contrast, the community of Paradise had contiguous fields that surrounded the community and lacked any appreciable defensible space around buildings. Number two, and perhaps the greatest importance of risk reduction, the buildings in Lilac Hills Ranch will be built to stringent building codes that require ignition-resistant construction. In contrast, because Paradise was largely comprised of fire-prone buildings that were constructed 40 or more years before wildfires were even considered in building codes, homes in Paradise easily ignited via embers and subsequent house-to-house spread. Number three, as a contingency, the community will also be designed so as to enable a passive shelter-in-place approach for residents and neighbors should evacuation be phased, halted, or precluded entirely, which could actually increase safety to the neighboring residents. Contrast that with Paradise, where authorities were unprepared to evacuate the entire town simultaneously, which tragically led to multiple fatalities. Lastly, Lilac Hills Ranch is not like Paradise or other communities that were built before fire safe standards. The Lilac Hills Ranch projects includes a multi-layered fire protection system that's based on ignition-resistant buildings and landscapes. And I am opposed to staff recommendations, and my family would feel safe, and I'm in support of Lilac Hills Ranch.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6992.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is John Sylvester, and I live on West Lilac Road across the street from the project. For 10 years, I've listened to testimony of the experts and of my concerned neighbors, both for and against the project. I myself started out in opposition to the project, but have come full circle, realizing we have far more to gain in quality of life that comes from a well-thought-out master plan community with numerous improvements to roadways, as well as financially supported vegetation management like Lilac Hills Ranch. Having attended most of these hearings over the last decade, it's stunning to me that we still have such disparate views of the real threats and mitigation to address them. What's even more stunning is staff's disturbing recommendation that easements must be obtained to ensure proper vegetation clearing along West Lilac. This leaves me wondering, what if Lilac Hills Ranch isn't approved and everything stays just as it is now? Does that mean the roadways will remain overgrown, that no clearing will ever be done? Is that not wildly irresponsible? LHR has offered $2 million to address these issues immediately and to put a plan in place to fund the vegetation clearing in perpetuity. Nothing remotely close to this level of mitigation has ever occurred along West Lilac Road. If our real concern is safety from wildfire, how can we turn this down? I look forward to your feedback to my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7771.
Yes, hello. My name is Greg Weiss. I'm a resident here. First of all, thank you, Chairman Cox and the supervisors for your dedication and time. I'm in favor to deny the Lilac Hills project. I'm not too worried about the traffic from the project because really, who's going to buy a home in an extreme fire danger area, which now, because of the Paradise Fire, is even harder to insure now because multiple insurance companies will not insure multiple homes in the same area. Let's be serious. Back in 2017, traffic came from 50,000 residents from Riverside County who, when they shut down the 215 and 395, Highway Patrol told them to go east on Lilac Road. That included semis who come down from Riverside County, which are 53-foot semis, which cannot make it through Lilac Hills. So you talk about infrastructure, it doesn't make sense to build this project in the area. When it first started, they thought they could widen the bridge. Then they wanted to take somebody's property and put a road through. Let's really back up and really think about the project from the start. They're just making changes to try to get it through. Now they want to put a school in the area, an extreme higher fire danger area. Currently, Bonzo wants to move out of the area because of what happened during the last fire. When it happened go through Santa Reyes. Housing costs in San Diego. Let's be serious. California will never have affordable housing because we value our land too much. Now you're going to include HOA fees? Who can afford that? They're not going to buy homes in this area, and you're not going to improve the roads. Currently, the county is supposed to be improving the roads. Recently, we've had a motorcycle accident right outside the fire station, which caused an accident. There isn't even a speed limit sign on Lilac Hills Road. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8046.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Noah Harris, Transportation Policy Advocate with Climate Action Campaign, whose mission is simple: to stop the climate crisis. We urge you to support county staff and county fire authorities to deny the Lilac Hills Ranch specific plan amendment, which would further lock in car dependence and deadly air pollution in the region and make it virtually impossible to adhere to state climate law. The risk of devastating wildfire at this location is immense, and there is significant risk of civilian entrapment for evacuees, endangering thousands of lives. Aside from the wildfire danger, the board must stop pushing through general plan amendments for all projects and instead support the growth already zoned in the general plan. In light of the county's recently rescinded climate action plan, the board should finally take serious steps to reduce vehicle miles and greenhouse gas emissions in the region. Please reject this cap-busting sprawl project that is incompatible with your mandate to make land use decisions in the best interests of county residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8070.
Hello, my name is Shayna Miller, and I've lived in Valley Center for 20 years off of Circle R. I drive these roads that were in your presentation every single day with my 3 kids, and I can tell you, just cutting brush is definitely not going to make us safe. It is absolutely impossible unless those roads are widened. And to get those roads to be widened, you have to have eminent domain. This is an extreme danger for my family and the current community, not to mention all of the people in Valley Center that live on the east side. If a fire starts there, the roads are going to be closed. It's not going to happen. We are not going to be able to get out with 5,000 additional people in Valley Center trying to get out. Weed abatement alone is not going to take this away. I really please beg of you to consider the safety of the current residents that live there. And I also encourage you to consider the long-term effects of leapfrog developments in San Diego County. We have a thriving rural farming community that is unique to San Diego. And I encourage you to please get creative and allow developments that follow the general plan make us safe. Because the bottom line is our families that live here already matter, and we will definitely be stuck in a fire death trap if this is approved. I appreciate you listening, and I really hope that you will do the right thing. And I also kindly ask Supervisor Desmond to remember when he spoke to us in Valley Center that he would not approve this property plan unless it was approved by fire authorities. Please listen to your own authorities and deny this project once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8569.
Hi, Chairman Cox, Supervisors, thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Frank Landis, and I represent the San Diego chapter of the California Native Plant Society. We support the staff's recommendation, and we ask that the Board of Supervisors deny Lilac Hills Ranch. This follows the will of the voters in 2016 when they voted down Lilac Hills Ranch by 64% to 36%. Furthermore, the vote was overwhelmingly no in every single supervisorial district. We rejected Lilac Hills Ranch by a far greater margin than voted for any recent supervisor, I believe. The fire threat is not new. I personally have commented on it repeatedly on this project because, to be blunt, the problem of putting thousands of people on narrow roads in a very high fire hazard area is something that we, the public, understand all too well. So do the judges. It's nice to see the public officials acknowledging this too. It does seem to be the season for such things, and we hope it continues. While I agree that the county has a housing shortage, I don't think this is a license to put anyone in harm's way, especially when that involves saddling their family with a large and risky mortgage. Most of the people who realize the risk refuse to buy into such places, so the people moving in are likely to be naive about the risks until it is too late. I would remind everyone who's called in that, again, this is a chaotic general plan amendment, not part of the general plan, and it does not contain the massive amount of affordable housing we need to meet the San Diego County's needs. It also follows judges ruling against the climate action plan and against the fire plans in Harmony Grove Village South and Galliano, plans that parallel what is before the board today. Developers here are not being singled out. They're being called out for inadequacies in their EIR identified by the judges and supported by the county staff and local residents. And also remind everybody that up to code houses did burn in the Thomas fire as well as in Paradise, so that the code rating is not sufficient to protect people's lives. Board, I ask you to deny this project. We've been telling you this for years here and at the polls. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8715.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Anne-Marie Quinn, and I live in North County. I'm a mother of 5, and I completely support Lilac Hills. I oppose the recommendation to deny the project. My comment or question is, can the board please inquire about how this fire safety review unfolded? It appears to me like it's been a continuous cycle. asking for features. They're making improvements. They're making the project safe. They've done everything above and beyond. And then it just keeps coming back, starting the cycle over. So I kind of looked into it a little bit, and I saw that it's kind of clearly in violation of the county's late hit, like second bite at the apple policy. And if you ask me, there's like no apple left anymore. But here we are, all of us again today, witnessing this cycle again. So I just encourage the board to find the solutions to move this forward and not ways to hold it back. We need housing. And if we did this for all projects, San Diego would never be built. So, I mean, there's so many natural disasters that happen, and this project has gone above and beyond to make this project safe. So I would move there. I'd have my kids move there. And so I completely support this project and oppose the recommendation to deny. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9161.
Chairman Cox, Supervisors, my name is Michael Huff, DUDEC's Fire Protection Planning Team Lead. DUDEC provided various LHR fire protection tasks, including preparation of a project evacuation plan. Our findings conclude that the project meets and in many cases exceeds the most recent San Diego County Code requirements, the most stringent in California, and is in compliance with the 2010 guidelines for determining significance for wildfire protection. This results in a project that is wildfire hardened and includes necessary protections for the fire environment in which it is located. Our evacuation travel time analysis was completed with the same approach and assumptions, including intersection traffic control, that we use for other evacuation plans prepared by DUDEC for recently approved San Diego County projects. However, for LHR, we evaluated the evacuation travel times, including a substantially larger existing population upstream of LHR, including portions of Valley Center, along with the project's population. This analysis places roughly equal numbers of vehicles from the existing upstream residents with those from the project's residents. Our evacuation analysis update, based on the Rohde report, indicate that evacuation of LHR and the existing population is consistent with county precedent established with the approval of other similar projects, and also with the Rohde and Associates FSOA report stated acceptable FEMA-based timeframe of 1.5 hours. This is possible because of the redundancy of available evacuation routes out of the LHR project, with routes to the north, south, west, and east. The project provides many community fire safety benefits detailed in the Wildfire Safety Compendium, including the funding to ensure that 18 existing potential burnover areas are mitigated and the 20 feet of FMZ is maintained in perpetuity. Arguably, the most important benefit is the improved evacuation optionality and flexibility provided to emergency managers with multiple improved and new routes and a robust on-site sheltering capability. Please refer to the submitted memo from the applicant's fire team providing a review and response to staff's presentation, and also to the response to the Rohde Associates FSOA and its basis on incomplete information. Appreciate your time and will be available online for questions.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9264.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Liz Buenrostro, and I live right near the community with my husband, 3 daughters, and 4 horses. I'm very concerned about what I'm hearing today and actually quite frightened. I live right in the area, and my local fire officials and their consultants are standing here telling us that there are entrapment risks on the road. If this is the case, why isn't the county or local fire department doing anything about it? Are they saying they can't clear along the roads without an easement? Because that's what I'm hearing. If the fire code says that the county can do something about a clear and present danger, but chooses not to, that's an endangerment to me and my family. And simply put, it's irresponsible government. This project, Lilac Hills Ranch, is offering to pay for the clearing and so much more to make my neighborhood safe. Please let them pay so that our roads are safer. I just don't know why this is such a debate. And I thank you so much for your time and consideration. Please vote in favor of Lilac Hills and against the staff recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9543.
Good afternoon, members of the board.
My name's Doug Marquardt, resident directly across from the proposed Lilac Hills project. The staff's requirement to obtain off-site vegetation management easements from 50 property owners along West Lilac Road seems very odd. In my first professional life, I was an independent contractor specializing in weed abatement. In cities or counties that I was hired to perform weed abatement services, never was I aware of an HOA or residential or industrial development that was required to maintain weed abatement for neighboring private property owners. Each of these projects were responsible for their own vegetation, but never were those required to control vegetation or such easements for neighboring properties. The requirements to control weeds or other vegetation where needed were posted by city or county ordinances where each property owner was responsible for controlling their own vegetation. When private properties were posted, each property owner was required to fulfill their responsibility within a certain time period. After that deadline, the property had not been cleared, then the city or county would obtain private contractors to clear that property at a cost to the owner, and those charges were placed on that person's property tax bill. It seems to me that dwelling on fire protection over and over again seems counterproductive when Lilac Hills Ranch has complied with every request made by the San Diego County Development Department staff, and in fact has exceeded this expectation until this latest proposed requirement. As you're well aware, this project has already been approved 3 times by the Planning Commission. The $2 million that Lilac Hills Ranch has already pledged to mitigate the weed and vegetation requirement ought to be considered more than just a gesture, but satisfy as a solution beyond this latest and unusual requirement. I support Lilac Hills.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9838.
You are unmuted.
Hello, this is Stephanie Schubert. I'm living about 3 miles across from the project, and I support staff recommendation. The voters have spoken now twice, one in 2016 against Lilac Hills, and just recently against a very similar project, Newland Sarah. The voters have spoken as clearly against urban sprawl. I would pledge with Supervisor Desmond, please vote against this project as you have promised us, your voters. An issue that hasn't been brought up yet here is that the I-15 is already inadequate for taking all the traffic in case of fire. So no matter how much you improve any roads, the I-15 will still remain inadequate for evacuation. Housing is needed, but it's needed in the right places. We do not need urban sprawl like in Orange County. 60,000 units could be built right now. They are in the general plan. But as long as projects like this will be possible, there is no incentive for developers to build any of these 60,000 units. Please help us get those 60,000 units by denying projects like this. Fire behavior has changed significantly. There is a lot that we do not know. Fires are so intense nowadays that they create their own weather. We can't compare what is going on right now with what we believe to be going on as far as fire behavior is concerned years ago. Please do not sell our lives to developers. It's not a matter if, but when a fire will happen. Please do not kill us. please follow staff recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3997.
Hi, this is Will Frank. I work with John Burns Real Estate Consulting. I've done multiple analyses on Lilac Hills over the years. And one thing we all know is that San Diego is in a housing shortage. We need homes. We also need homes that most of San Diego residents can buy. When comparing Lilac Hills to the rest of the county, we forecast that Lilac Hills will be priced lower than 83% of new homes being built. So out of 100 new homes, these will be priced in the bottom 7%. That's an affordable home for people. With a 5% down, we estimate that over 90% of homes in Lilac Hills will be eligible for purchase with an FHA loan. And with a traditional 20% payment, nearly every home in the community will be eligible for purchase with FHA. You know, across the national we work nationally, and we see projects across the country. Lilac Hills is a great example of a project that should move forward. I believe we are heavily in favor of moving Lilac Hills forward and improving it for development. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6974. 6974, would you like to address the board?
Yes, thank you for your time today. I'm writing to oppose the denial of the action outlined on Lilac Hills Ranch. The project has shown appeal through its resiliency throughout the years-long process it's endured to this point. This type of development is exactly what San Diego County needs to retain its valuable resident assets. My wife and I moved to Riverside County because of affordable housing options like Lilac Hills Ranch simply do not exist for our demographic of young, ambitious, middle-income, first-time home buyers. With our work in San Diego County, our commutes each week only contribute to the excessive and growing traffic issues your county faces and have failed miserably at solving. Now my wife, who teaches autistic kids in San Diego, and I are one of the 53,000 people commuting from Riverside to San Diego County. In total, these 53,000 commuters add an extra 1.3 billion miles per year and emit an additional 400,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide when compared to what our commute would be if we had an opportunity to own a home along the I-15 corridor in North San Diego County. Please do not deny Lilac Hills Ranch. Working families like me who live in Riverside are being impacted by this inability to provide attainable priced housing in San Diego, such as Lilac Hills Ranch. Lilac Hills Ranch is part of the solution. Please open your eyes and allow this project to proceed. Furthermore, some of the comments that we're comparing this development to Paradise are irresponsible. The situation in Paradise is, as others have said on here, completely the opposite of what Lilac Hills Ranch represents. Lilac Hills Ranch will not be an overgrown forest of 40-year-old mobile homes. Another comment had mentioned that fire breaks such as development are what slow fire, not open space. As a landscape architect trained in the landscape industry for the last 20 years, that's absolutely the case. I appreciate your time today and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I again urge you to be in favor of Lilac Hills Ranch. Thank you.
Can you please state your first and last name for the record before you go?
Yes, Brian Johnston.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9135. And again, please state your name for the audio record when you begin.
Good morning. My name is Preston Brown, and I live in Hamul. As a member of the Hamul-Delzura Community Planning Group, I'm speaking as an individual today. Surprisingly, I find myself on the other side of the fence on this one in supporting county staff recommendation. The Hamul-Delzura Community Planning Group debated for 2 hours the night before the Board of Supervisors hearing on Village 14 on June 2nd, and voted 7-4 to reject the wildfire land evacuation plan of the proposed plan amendment for Village 14 as it ignored dire warnings for the residents of Amul in a wildland fire evacuation. Valley Center, I hear you. I urge the denial of the Lilac Hills Ranch General Plan Amendment. Wildland fire evacuation plans have become an essential part of the planning process for the housing endeavors of the county planners and the Board of Supervisors. I would like to comment on a disturbing trend. I object to CAL FIRE chiefs joining the sales teams of this housing project. This is a horrific conflict of interest. Exploiting public officials as props to sanction private greed corrupts this approval process. In the stampede for county housing, the Lilac Hills Ranch project shuns all the realities of an era of climate change and wildlife fire hazards. In Amul, we live in an inverted funnel of a fire trap. We understand this very well. Potential wildfire entrapment risks exist everywhere for those who live in the unincorporated county. The reckless sprawl housing model of growth and the wildland urban interface continues to fail in meeting the climate action plan goals, fails in the court of public opinion, and fails in the public will. Please support county staff recommendation and reject the Lilac Hills General Plan Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1921.
Thank you. My name is John Frandell, Chairman Cox and distinguished supervisors. Let me start off by saying I've lived in North County for over 57 years, and I would venture to say that at least 80% of the negative growth people I've heard before talking today would have not had the opportunity to live in North County had we had that kind of negative growth view in the past. I'd like to point out, as has been said before, that San Diego has a critical housing shortage. Now, with that said, that this new requirement, the issue at hand is that a new requirement that a project must go to off-site areas and obtain easements for fire safety reasons outside of the project. That in essence, this has never been done before, and that any one property owner, for whatever reason, could stop future development if they didn't want to give or grant county easement. This is an unprecedented request by county staff for an easement. It is dangerous, and it will be a dangerous to future growth and the future of our housing industry in San Diego County. John Frandell, past president, Fallbrook Chamber of Commerce, and past president of Bonsall Rotary. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3600. 3600, you look like you may be on mute. I think you're still on mute. We're going to go to the next caller. 7444.
Chairman Cox, board members, Brad Barnum from the Associated General Contractors. On behalf of over 1,100 member firms, I'd like to express our opposition to the staff recommendation. Lilac Hills Ranch is a well thought out and sustainable community located near existing transportation infrastructure. In addition to adding much needed housing to a growing North County, this smart growth community will incorporate needed facilities such as shopping, retail, schools, and increased fire protection to support the residents' quality of life. The project is a job creator, and AGC and its members stand ready to build the supporting infrastructure that will make the community a vibrant place to live and work. Please reject the staff recommendation so the project can get moving and contractors can get to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have an unknown call-in user. We don't have the last 4 digits.
Honorable Chair and esteemed supervisors, my name is Dolores Chavez Harms, Chair of the Valley Center Community Planning Group and Chair of the Emergency Evacuation Subcommittee for the Greater Valley Center area. We have been working on additional evacuation routes for the last year and a half. There seems to be a disconnect between the planning commissioners with county staff and the community. Clear and factual evidence has been presented by CAL FIRE Chief Tony Meacham, CAL FIRE Division Chief Jeff Pemberton, Deer Springs Fire Chief Rick Johnson, and County Fire Authority Deputy Chief Dave Newsom, as well as county engineers and professionals as to why this project is a risk to the community. The commissioners have chosen to ignore the fact that Measure B, a zoning and development measure for Lilac Hills residential and commercial development that was on the ballot in November 2016, was voted down by the entire county. And this is why. Existing public roads do not provide adequate fire evacuation. Road evacuation capacity is inadequate to add an additional 5,200 residents. The only existing public road in this area is West Lilac Road, Circle R Loop. By the developer's own admission, this would only be improved by a mere 8%. There are currently only 3 main evacuation routes for all of Valley Center, Palma Valley, and parts of North Escondido: Lilac Road, West Lilac Road, and Valley Center Road. The developer's proposal does not provide any relief for evacuation points east of the project. In other words, all the residents of Valley Center. Add to the existing Valley Center residents, there are approximately 1,700 additional homes that have been already approved by the Valley Center Community Planning Board and the county, whereby satisfying the need for additional housing, yet further exacerbating the evacuation risk. But to this project, after 10 years, the developer still does not have an agreement with Deer Springs Fire Protection District. More importantly, the road capacity is completely inadequate to add an additional 5,200 residents from the Lilac Hills Ranch. With the increase in large wildfires, Santa Ana winds, burning of 2,737 vehicles in an hour, we support the county's staff proposition to deny this project. Public safety and county liability demand timely fiduciary action. Again, please deny Lilac Hills Ranch General Plan Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another unknown call-in user.
Hello,
Hi there. Could you please state your first and last name?
Patsy Fritz, Palma Valley. I have a technical question that I hope the members of the board, and good afternoon to you, could route towards County Council. The issue is, can and should the county require the easements? And there's this big issue made, but it's never been done before. Well, it's perhaps because the developer didn't try to put an additional 1,600 homes in such a mountainous area in the face of fire. But the other issue is that you would say that they're saying that, well, one owner could block this. So the question is to County Council, I hope one of the supervisors will ask this, is what is the county's position on this if, in fact, the developer has made a good faith effort and cannot get these 1 or 2 recalcitrant? Can the county step in, and can the applicant ask the county to step in and get eminent domain? It is my understanding that if the applicant has made a good effort towards this, in fact, that can come to the board, and then the board makes a decision as to whether the county will go forward and acquire those easements that are missing by domain. I requested and looked at these letters I looked at the developer's effort on this. There was literally no offer of any compensation whatsoever. And the $2 million would be diminished by the cost of acquisition, but they're not willing to pay anything. They're just throwing this back. They're like people that are just refusing to follow the process. They can get out of this, but it's going to cost them money. They don't want to do it. So I am supporting the staff recommendation and the fire authority recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go back to 3600. Please make sure you're unmuted if you would like to address the board. 3600. And it looks like you are still muted. We cannot hear you, so we're going to move on. Thank you. That concludes the public testimony on this item, Chairman Cox.
Very good. Again, we appreciate all the public comment today. Before we get into the board discussion, let me ask if I believe Commissioner Woods and Commissioner Barnhart may have some additional comments that they wanted to make, clarification. If they're on the line still.
Mr. Chairman, they are both still on the line. We'll call up each commissioner.
I'm here, Supervisor Cox.
Did you have some additional comments?
Yes, this is Commissioner Barnhart. With all due respect to the speakers supporting staff's denial recommendation, my position as a Planning Commission Chairman remains unchanged. The easement requirement is simply a bridge too far, and in my opinion, establishes a future precedent that is misguided. This is not leapfrog development. This project is along the 15 corridor. If we are not going to develop along the 15 corridor, then somebody needs to tell the Planning Commission where we are going to develop in North County. The cars coming from Riverside are clear and present. I don't know how we're going to stop that unless we create housing opportunities that are closer to where these individuals need to work. I realize that a lot of people in Valley Center do not like the project, but I've lived here for 47 years. When I first moved to North County, 163 was a 2-lane road. And there's been a lot of positive developments along the 15. And I think this is one more for it. And I just think this developer has not got a fair shake on this, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Woods.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. I echo our chairman's sentiments. I've got him beat, though. I've lived here 65 years. And I used to play in Mission Valley with the cows. However, I would urge the board to accept the fire mitigation that has been presented to them that is superior to any project in the history of modern planning. I think the easement issue, I agree with our chairman. It's above and beyond anything we've ever done. And I urge the board to make their decision based on the merits of the project and accept the fire as proper mitigation and safety for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me, again, just ask staff if they have any additional comments they want to make or points of clarification in regards to their recommendation.
Through the chair, yes, I think this would be an opportunity for us to address some of the clarifications that we'd like to acknowledge for the record in some of the communications we've had.
Very good. Go ahead.
The board received a number of letters over the past few days from the applicant, and a few of those letters contain statements regarding a conversation between County Council and the Applicant's Council last week. We would like to provide clarification on a few of those comments. One letter states that both County Council and the Applicant's Council agreed that the Consolidated Fire Code provides the authority to enter private property to conduct fuel modification. We agree with this statement, but the letter fails to mention 2 additional key points that we discussed during the call. The first is we explained to the Applicant's Council that the Deer Springs Fire Protection District is the fire authority with jurisdiction in this case, not the county. Second, we explained the administrative process involved with fuel modification, and that even if the county fire authority possessed the authority here, which it does not, it would not simply enter the properties to conduct fuel modification unless there was an urgent need to clear. Instead, it would follow the administrative process. Another letter indicates that County Council agreed during the call that easements grant no authority not already granted by the code. We disagree that this was discussed during the call, and furthermore, we disagree with the statement. An easement is a property right granted from the property owner. In this case, it would grant the right to conduct clearing. The easement rights sought here provide greater authority than under the code because they ensure a perpetual right to clear without going through the administrative and judicial review process, thereby avoiding any risk that the properties will not be cleared. Third, another letter explains the Applicant is relying on the authority under the Consolidated Fire Code, not the county's Defensible Space Ordinance. Both authorities were discussed during the call last week. The letter states that perhaps this whole disagreement regarding easements is a misunderstanding arising from the county's and fire authorities' reliance on the non-applicable, more difficult to implement abatement ordinances instead of the Consolidated Fire Code. We just want to clarify that there's no misunderstanding on the county's part. There are two sources of authority to allow clearing by the fire authority having jurisdiction, but the process is largely the same under either authority. For the reasons, for a number of reasons, the county would not simply enter the property to clear it. It would go through the administrative process.
Does that conclude staff comments?
Yes, it does, Chair. We are prepared to answer the questions of the board and any questions from the public that you'd like to pose to us.
Okay, let me start off with Supervisor Desmond. You have some comments or questions?
Well, yeah, I guess the first would be questions from what we just heard concerning the fire code. That right now our fire code only allows us to go onto the properties to do clearing through an administrative or judicial review. Is that according to our own fire code, or is that according to state, or is that within in our purview to update or change?
So just to clarify, so there are two code sections. There's the Consolidated Fire Code. That's under the Fire Code, which perhaps Tony Meacham can explain better than I can. But the Consolidated Fire Code was adopted by the Deer Springs Fire Protection District, and that contains a provision that allows for clearing. The county also has a defensible space ordinance that in the case of an independent fire district like we have here, the districts can adopt. So the Deer Springs Fire Protection District adopted our defensible space ordinance, which also allows for clearing in this case.
So I guess, all right, so our fire code allows the county to clear 20 feet along the county right-of-way. Is that true or not?
So the defensible space ordinance, the county's defensible space ordinance allows 10 feet along roadways and allows, so that is mandated in the defensible space ordinance and allows up to 20 feet. The Consolidated Fire Code does not state what the minimum or what is required, but it says that the fire authority having jurisdiction may require clearing within 20 feet of the roadways.
But right now, we're only clearing up to 10 feet. Is that right?
That's what yes, that's what the defensible space ordinance says.
Okay, and that's a county defense. So if the county changed I'm just wondering if the Board of Supervisors could change the defensible code space up to 20 feet.
That's right, but recall that this is an independent district. So the district, with relation to these particular properties that we're talking about, that would not have an impact because that's, the district would have to impose 20 feet in their ordinance. Or adopt if we were to change our ordinance to 20 feet, then the district would need to adopt that ordinance.
And the state does allow us to adopt up to 20 feet, isn't that correct?
I don't know the answer to that. Tony Meacham is nodding his head yes.
Well, that's okay. I guess what I'm trying to figure out, because it's very confusing, because to me the easements are just overburdening and you know it doesn't seem like the right way to go, and I'm just trying to figure out, and I'm not trying to fix this right here, but the I'm just wondering why, if we're allowed to clear up to 20 feet with the wildfires that we've had in the past, and the fire-prone areas we have in San Diego County, why aren't we already at 20 feet? It seems that would be the safer route to go.
So Supervisor Desmond.
Yes.
One of the issues that we face, and we brought this to the board last June with our Community Resiliency Initiative, is that we have over 2,000 miles of county roadway to deal with, and tens of thousands of individual parcels. And so when we look at clearance along roadways, we are going to focus at the areas of highest risk. In terms of this area with 81 residents, That does not fall currently into the highest risk in the county. The reason that we are looking at the easements and the 20-foot modification is related to similar conditions that we've imposed on all of the other general plan amendments that have come before the board in terms of the project mitigating their effects to the existing community. We're talking about the 20-foot fuel modification as a minimum because of the introduction of nearly 1,700 units and thousands of cars to that roadway. Because there is no existing county right-of-way there, we cannot go in and clear without dealing with the 51 individual property owners on an annual basis. And yes, we do have certain abilities in the fire code. We can issue a citation, a recitation. We can pursue an administrative order all the way through abatement. But all of those, at each step, the property owner has an opportunity to file an appeal and challenges our ability to do any type of an abatement process. Therefore, we felt that the easements and requiring the easements would allow us in perpetuity to provide the needed fuel modification brought about by the impacts from the project.
Well, Chief, while I got you here, are you willing to continue to work with the applicant for possible solutions to the other solutions to the fire safety issue? Are you willing to continue to work with them?
Supervisor, we're certainly willing to continue to work with them and evaluate any new information that is brought forward. I think, though, what is important to note is when we had the initial discussion with the applicant about obtaining the easements, they have not brought us a single easement. Ourselves and County Council actually helped draft the easement, the notice to the property owner, and even with this $2 million, they have brought back 9 letters of intent, which is 17% of the existing property owners have agreed to a voluntary fuel modification. And so I still think there is significant ground to cover. That's the applicant's responsibility to move forward to guaranteeing this fuel modification in perpetuity. I'm very concerned that if now we have 9 voluntary letters of 51. So certainly if there was substantial movement by the applicant to address their impacts, I believe staff is always willing to look at those items for review.
And is this the first time we've ever required a project to maintain off-site easements for fire clearing prior to approval?
Supervisor Desmond through the chair. The requirement to provide 20 feet of fuel modification on both sides of an evacuation route is not a new requirement or unique to Lilac Hills Ranch.
The question was on the easements. Is this the first time we've required a project to maintain off-site easements? Yes or no?
Through the chair. This is the first time that we are using or suggesting that the applicant use off-site easements to achieve what would otherwise be accomplished through the provision of fuel management zones within the existing right-of-way.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Well, I just want to just say to everyone that spoke today, and thank you, and we heard you loud and clear, and I'm glad some folks reminded me of my campaign, I guess, comments that I made. You know, I realize that each and every one of you, I don't know what you got up on the screen here, but if we can remove that. Each and every one of you loves San Diego County and love Valley Center. You love the way it is. We all want to protect the environment. We all want to protect the lifestyle that we all bought into. And we want to protect ourselves from wildfires. And I know Supervisor Jacob has done a fine job, you know, in wildfire issues, and the county has really made some big strides in wildfire protection. You know, unfortunately, the only constant we have in life is change. And as, you know, as a species, we continue to grow and multiply. And that growth is going to happen in San Diego County. And we're going to get more people here, and we have to provide them with housing. So I guess my question is, how am I supposed to fix the problems of traffic, greenhouse gases, vehicle miles traveled, protect the environment, and house all the people, the additional people in San Diego County? I guess, you know, we tried a couple, send them to Riverside. Well, okay, they're in Riverside, and now they're commuting, you know, up and down the freeways and creating more greenhouse gases. That's been done. Raise the prices. That's been done. Every new housing project is controversial. Every new housing project is threatened by lawsuits and referendums. And people complain, well, there's not enough affordable housing. Well, is why. So to me, the issue is not should we provide the necessary clearing and vegetation along Lilac Hills Road to allow for the safe evacuation. It isn't should we, it's how. How can we get that accomplished? How can we get that done? The easements to me seem like an impossibility. I realize this is the first time it's been done, but to me, there's too many holdouts in here, and they can extract any amount they want, and there's no real, control over those easements, I guess, or it just seems an impossibility and over a hurdle that just can't be surmounted, as evidenced by the Planning Commission, who voted 5-2, actually in favor of the project to move it forward and find a different solution for the fire. So I'm a big proponent of building housing in the county. Housing must be designed to meet the fire needs. And I believe, we heard from many people that the fire requirements are going to be part of this housing project and part of the materials and everything else. Fire safety and evacuation are very important to me. Very important, as I stated in my campaign. Unfortunately, the fire chief is telling us, as designed, the project cannot be evacuated safely. And I don't have any authority or a better knowledge than our fire chief. If he says it's not safe, I really can't refute that. However, the applicant is willing to work. I'm sure the applicant is willing to continue working with the staff, as they mentioned. As a county, I don't think we should just deny a project without providing an opportunity to resolve issues. I don't think it's good government to deny a project when the developers are still willing to work towards a solution. So I'd like to make a motion to refer the project back to staff for further analysis and allow the applicant additional time to try to resolve fire-related issues, and do not come back unless you have the blessing of the fire and the sheriffs on this project, to include making changes to the projects, and at that point, make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors about recirculating the EIR.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Hearing none, it dies for lack of a second.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute to second the motion. Am I able to make some follow-up comments as well?
Sure. Did you want to second the motion, just to clarify?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Supervisor Gaspar.
Well, thank you for all of the speakers and participants today. We are facing a housing crisis in San Diego. It's impacted every corner of our economy. Our homelessness numbers are off the charts. Our young families can't afford to buy homes. They're now forced to move out of the county or even out of the state. Our economy can't grow unless we provide housing for workers. San Diego needs more affordable homes for working families, especially since our economy has been hit hard by the global pandemic. San Diego County was allotted 22,412 units in our regional housing needs assessment. And that, of course, was in our 10-year housing cycle that's about to end. These are units deemed necessary to keep pace with the population growth in our region. As of last count, we had only constructed 5,888 new units. We're on pace to complete less than a third of the units necessary over this 10-year cycle. Now, Lilac Hills Ranch has been working diligently through our county process since 2012, and they have spent $2.5 million in fees along the way. They have made huge strides toward enhanced fire protection, including modernizing Nelson Way and providing a 24/7 gate guard to ensure it's open during evacuations, establishing an upfront payment of $2 million to ensure roadside clearing, and establishing a fire safe council. I'm also appreciative that prior Planning Commission recommendations that were not included when the project went before the voters were put back in. But the wildfires across our state in 2018 were some of the most catastrophic and deadly that we've seen in our lifetimes. The safety of San Diego residents is always my highest priority, and we cannot allow any increased risk of entrapment along our roadways. Staff should work to resolve any issues that increase significant risk for safe evacuations before this project comes before our board. Our board should not consider this or any other project until it has earned the support of our fire personnel. It's clear today that more work needs to be done to ensure the safety of our residents, but I don't think it's fair to deny this project before it has had the chance to resolve these issues once and for all. So I will be supporting Supervisor Desmond's motion to remand this project back to staff to do so. Thank you.
Okay. Are there additional board comments? Supervisor Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to clarify the motion. Supervisor Desmond, what is the specific direction to staff? Is it simply on the fire and the easement issue, or is it more than that?
The fire and the easement issue, because that seems to be the issue that we have before us today. I don't want to open up other issues. I think the fire issue, I mean, the fact that Chief Meacham is recommending or telling us it's not safe, I think that's the biggest issue that we face. So right now it's to go back and work on the fire issue.
So that's the only thing that's being sent back to staff then. Is that clear?
Yes, I'd be open to other issues, but I think that's the biggie.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. I wanted to first emphasize something that the staff alluded to. I'm not sure is clear. When we talk about the county's responsibility in clearing along roadways and easements, those are existing easements that the county has. There was reference made to Village 14. The easement rights on the main roadway out of that development is 100 feet wide. It already exists. So there's plenty of room for the road, plenty of room for the fire and the fuel modification along the roadway. What's different here, you have West Lilac Road. It's 24 feet wide, and that's the pavement, and that's the easement, 24-foot wide. That's it. So there's no easement beyond that the county owns in order to do the clearing. And that's what I understand staff is asking for. And frankly, they've had plenty of time. I understand property owners are not excited about giving up easements, but I'm not sure just referring that piece of the project back to staff is going to get us anywhere or solve some of the other issues. I would have liked to have heard a little bit more from Chief Meacham, and I have a question, Chief, for you. As I understand, there's no agreement on this project with the Deer Springs Fire Protection District, which was stated by council. They have jurisdiction here. There's no agreement. Confirmed?
Supervisor Jacob, that is correct. Following the Planning Commission, the applicant did send a notice to the Deer Springs Fire Protection District agreeing to the term sheet that the district had provided, but the district board has not agendized that, accepted, or completed negotiations with the applicant. So as of today, there is not a signed fire services agreement.
Thank you. Yes or no would have been fine, Tony. That's okay. And the fire authority, Chief, as I understand, is not in support of the fire plan, evacuation, and also the fuel modification along West Lilac Road. Is that clear? Is that it?
That is correct.
Could you also tell me then, are there other impacts to fire safety other than what has been mentioned for this particular area, like topography, overall fuel loads, fire history, fire suppression possibilities in this particular area? Because we've focused on the easements along West Lilac Road. I suspect there are some other fire issues that have not been talked about today, and I'd like you to talk about those if you would.
Absolutely, Supervisor. If you would grant me, I can bring up a few slides and I think very succinctly walk you through what our concerns are. Darren? I want to open, Supervisor, with some comments that were made earlier about the fire experts. My staff and I have not made this determination lightly. I have 35 years wearing this uniform. I've been your fire chief for 6 years. Collectively, dozens of people on our staff, a third-party consultant, have looked at this and all come to the same general conclusion. And I think it's important to note that of the previous projects that we've supported, why is it that this one that your fire safety professionals are uncomfortable with? And so I wanted to just very briefly walk you through it. What is of concern to us is the risk of entrapment for people trying to evacuate the community of using West Lilac Road. Tactically, let's go to the next slide. When we look at West Lilac Road and you look at the proposed Lilac Hills Ranch development, the majority of the residents of Lilac Hills Ranch are going to evacuate to the north to Lilac Hills Ranch. Although the applicant will say that there's five ways out of the community, the reality is that 4 of those 5 routes out of the project dump onto the existing West Lilac Road or Circle R. Therefore, protection of those evacuation corridors and improvements along those areas are of prime importance to ensuring the fire safety concerns. And we have traffic here to support our analysis, but the risk of the entrapment brought about along West Lilac Road from the project exiting to the north exceeds what we feel is an acceptable level of risk. The applicant's evacuation study assumes that through the addition of a 3rd center median, that we are going to more than double the evacuation capacity of West Lilac Road. We disagree with that assertion that the capacity exists on West Lilac Road to quickly evaluate it. We also have concerns with the single lane roundabouts, that we have 2 lanes of traffic going through a single lane roundabout. We have concerns that 30% will use Nelson Way. While we offered Nelson Way as an option and we believe that there is value to Nelson Way, that alternative has not been fully studied. It also assumes that all routes will be open and available and the intersections will be controlled. Certainly, we have the finest sheriff's department in terms of their ability to do evacuation, but there is going to be a ramp-up time for them to get there and control those intersections. I'm going to pass through these next 2 slides. If there's questions, we have traffic here to answer those. And so when we look at West Lilac Road, and those arrows are indicating a northeast wind-driven fire that is the same 65-degree angle that we saw during the Lilac fire, that fire is going to approach very quickly from the east. And I can tell you from a tactical standpoint, there is no place for us to hold a fire until it gets into the community. Other projects that have come before this board, I felt very comfortable bringing forward a recommendation of approval because the ability of our folks to actively conduct aggressive fire suppression operations. This area presents some very, very significant challenges. And to be honest, it would be unsafe for us to put our firefighters into those areas just east of the project. Keys Creek drainage is a major drainage that runs just east of the project. It has significant fuel loading. There is very limited fire history in that draining. The existing community was built many years ago with varying roads. It's very not continuous, and there's not a good place to conduct firefighting operations. And finally, I think this slide says it all, that those areas of concern that I just talked about to the east, they all hit West Lilac Road in areas that are of steep topography that are going to have significant fire runs. 20 feet is the absolute minimum on each side of the road. That gives us about a 60-foot buffer. We would like to see an excess of 50 feet, but we felt when we were talking about the easements that we should bring forward as a good faith effort the most minimal amount of easement that we could ask for to ensure a margin of safety. If I had my way, yeah, I would like to have 100 feet along that roadway, but we felt 20% was something that was obtainable. And this really is the issue, right? Is what level of risk are we willing to continue to build out into the wildlands and not mitigate the effects of that?
Is that it? Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. So what I would conclude from your presentation that the fire risk is more than just this easement issue that we've been talking about. And I would conclude that fire risk on this particular project is a significant, unmitigable environmental impact based on what I have just heard. And I just couple of comments, because this is more about fire. This is about the overall project too. But I have never seen, since I've been on this board, and I served on the Planning Commission for 4 years too, but I have never seen an applicant put their responsibility in mitigating, and in this case, fire risk, on others. They're putting it on the HOA, they're putting it on the residents along West Lilac Road, and they're putting it on the county for the fuel modification along Lilac Road. Even though they're putting up a big amount of money, the responsibility would still lie with others. That's unprecedented. Then a couple of comments. I would, Supervisor Desmond, I would support a referral back to county staff if the referral included direction to redesign the project with a density that is consistent with the general plan, to require West Lilac Road to be brought up to county standards, and then in addition to mitigate the fire risk and the evacuation issues. So if that's acceptable to you, I would support a referral back to staff.
I don't think to that specific. I did include in there, I put in there making changes to the project. So I don't know that making it, this project, unfortunately, we have a general plan amendment with this project that, we're trying, because land costs are so great, and we try to, put homes together to make them actually safer for fires. I don't know that requirement, it's actually too specific. I have in there include making changes to the project. So I'm kind of leaving it wide open to whatever changes they want to come up with.
Well, I don't think staff needs a wide open direction. I think they need specific direction. And that's why I asked you earlier. So what you just said is different than what you said earlier in your motion, is this was only on the easement issue and the fuel modification along West Lilac Road.
It's more so on the fire issue and making sure that the fire evacuate this place. It's safe, for the new residents coming and the existing residents, so that the fire evacuation are safe. Because what we keep hearing is from our fire chief, which is appropriate, that he wants to preclude any entrapments on Lilac Hills Road. And so I think that, so that's what I'm asking them to resolve, is that issue, the fire issue and the fire evacuation issue. And that may be reductions in housing. I don't know. I don't have all the solutions or the possibilities, but it's primarily for the fire evacuation, ingress and egress issue.
Okay.
And I don't think the easements are the only solution out there. I'd like to see them use other things, but overall it's the evacuation. So,
okay. So the motion is what you said originally. It's basically the easement issue and the evacuation issue. This project to me is more than that. And I need to weigh in on this. Haven't had a chance. I don't think the board's had a chance, frankly, to really weigh in on it. I went to initiative. But overall, looking at the overall project, this is a bad project. It's in the wrong location. The impacts are so significant that staff finally moved a project hearing with a recommendation for denial, something I have not seen for a very, very long time, if ever, on this board. And Greg, you've been here just about as long as I have. The staff is not inclined to do that. They find every which way to find a way to approve a project and work with an applicant. And by the way, we approved a project today. We approved housing today in Lakeside. So we do approve projects regularly. They just don't get the recognition this one on. So here's what I know at this point. The original application for the general plan amendment was denied in November 2009. That was the general plan application. To authorize a plan amendment, that was denied. Then we've got Measure B, which was mentioned, was soundly defeated by the public in 2016. 64% of the voters rejected the project. Current project still grossly violates the county general plan. 1,746 homes versus 110 that would be allowed according to our general plan. And based on the impacts of fire safety, which I won't go over, I think the chief adequately covered that. No fire agreement with the Deer Springs Fire Protection District, and the County Fire Authority also opposes for some very good reasons, which I won't reiterate. So in my mind, the question is, what more needs to be studied or evaluated? And I don't know that just referring this back to take another look at the easements is going to get us anywhere in looking at this total project. What I think we have to do, we have exhausted 10 years, probably 10 years plus, and come full circle to the original plan amendment authorization. And that was back a few years ago. That basically concluded this project is too intense and too dangerous. When we had that process where an applicant had to come before and ask for a plan amendment authorization, which basically meant, is it okay to move forward? That was denied. That was denied up front. But the applicant took the risk anyway to process this. So the money that's been spent, that's on the applicant. That was a risk, and maybe or maybe not, that risk was well taken. We'll see in a few moments. But I'm not inclined to remand this project back to staff and just regurgitate all of this for another, maybe 10 years? I don't know. I think it's time that the board send a message that any project that blows up our general plan and puts property and life in peril are not acceptable. So I would move the staff recommendation. I think they're right on.
That would be a substitute motion then?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion. And I would just add to the staff recommendation in item 3 to find that the project is inconsistent with the general plan policy H-2.1 development that respects community character. And you know, I would add to this, no real surprise, my thoughts on this project, and I'll try and be brief, or at least brief for me. You know, we talked about this on the last item. The reality is we have to build more housing, and the reality is we have real issues surrounding climate change, surrounding wildfires, surrounding vehicle miles traveled, and that requires us to rethink how we do things. And I've been a fierce advocate of increasing density in areas where it's appropriate. And I've fought through tremendous NIMBY opposition to cite and approve and push for more density and higher units and higher efforts. And we've moved Herculean efforts to get more funding and cobble together efforts to make those projects a reality, both in my role as a county supervisor and at our transit agency, where we're utilizing every inch of land we have to build significant transit-oriented development. But the problem is we're just stuck in a mindset that is outdated. And it's not, I'm not mad at the applicants. I'm actually very fond of the applicants, and their job is to bring forward projects that make money. But our job is to figure out what's the right public policy. And the reason this project is so hard is because the general plan and all the work that went into it said you ought to put 110 houses there. The general plan didn't say you should put 1,700 houses there for all of the reasons. Now, if we want to redo the general plan, then let's redo the general plan. But the general plan says this is the wrong place. The fire chief says this is wrong. The voters have said this is wrong. The courts on 5 or 6 different occasions have said the offset scheme associated with general plan amendments are wrong. And so how many times in how many different ways over how many years do we have to be told that this just isn't going to work? And it's not a choice that you're against housing or you're for housing. It's a choice to say, how do we do things that will actually work in today's world with the realities that we face, the realities of greenhouse gas emissions, the realities of fire danger, the realities of vehicle miles traveled, and the reality that we need more housing. We still don't have any affordable housing. I know it's coming soon in terms of having one of those, but I just think it is the quintessential definition of insanity. I mean, it's how much energy and time and staff time and money and effort and all of that has been put behind this, and what were to happen if we just said this is not the way we're going to go from a public policy standpoint, and we will work with applicants to expedite and facilitate and increase the siting of housing where it should go. But we continue again to just do the same thing. And so, if we want to kick it to staff, we can kick it to staff, and we can waste a whole lot more of their time, but we're going to end up back in the exact same situation. And we haven't even talked about the offset issues surrounding GHGs. And we haven't even talked about the number of issues with other similar projects that have run into this. And so for all of those reasons, I think it's just time as a board that we move on and we actually start focusing on getting projects through the process and approved and built that are consistent with all of the things that we know that we have to do moving forward. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor. I'll go ahead and weigh in at this time. Clearly we do have a housing crisis. We know that, we've talked about it, and obviously we need to do what we can to get more housing built in areas that are appropriate areas. Certainly the traffic on I-15 is horrible and it's getting worse. But I find myself in a position on this project where the previous owner of the property decided to go in an initiative route with a project that was obviously very solidly rejected by the public. The Planning Commission decision not to review this plan was because it's substantially the same. The changes were fairly small. So they made a decision not to take another look specifically at this project in 2018. And so I find myself kind of in a situation where the public has spoken. I appreciate the comments. I don't know whether if the project came before the Board of Supervisors in 2015, at that time, maybe there was different conditions. But in any event, as this project is presented right now, I find myself not in a position where I can support it. And I'm not sure that referring it back to staff to work on the fire mitigation is going to really accomplish anything. I think the issues that are out there that I consider to be legitimate issues are real and probably will not be able to be mitigated. So with that, I'm going to support the motion that's on the floor. Is there any further discussion? If not, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Maybe to restate the motion just to make sure everybody has a clear understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion is for the staff recommendations, which would be to deny the project. There are two recommendations. The first one is regarding CEQA, and the second recommendation is to adopt a resolution.
Okay, if you please call the roll.
Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
No.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Vice Chairman Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, before we adjourn, we do have 3 adjournments that I have, and I apologize. I was going to try to get 2 of these out of the way yesterday. But the first adjournment is that I would ask that we adjourn this portion of today's meeting in honor of Edward Myers of Bonita, a longtime San Diegan and a brilliant inventor. Passed away May 27th at the age of 87. Mr. Myers was born in Illinois and studied physics at Knox College in Galesburg, Illinois, and earned his master's degree in nuclear physics at Iowa State College. In 1956, he married and moved with his young bride to San Diego to begin a job at Convair, the beginning of his long love affair with California. He would leave San Diego for Europe, but eventually return. He was fascinated by technology and was an inventor at his core, having developed a pool solar system in the 1960s, an electric car in the 1980s, and liver dialysis machines in the 1990s. Mr. Myers is survived by his wife, Nan, his sisters Martha and Nancy, and his children Sherry and Edward. Edward Myers was a brilliant entrepreneur who lived his life to the fullest, and he will be missed. The second adjournment that I have is for in honor of Alan Bailey of National City. He passed away May 28th at the age of 79. Mr. Bailey was a native California who lived life with humor and compassion. He loved to read about everything, especially about the places he and his wife traveled to in Europe, Hawaii, and all their great road trips. Wherever he'd go, he loved to start up conversations with everyone he met. Mr. Bailey is survived by his wife, Hope, his brother Michael, his son Patrick, and numerous nephews, nieces, and grandchildren. Alan Bailey was one of the good guys, and we will miss him. The last adjournment that I have is to adjourn today's meeting in honor of John Willett, a Navy veteran, a veteran of not only World War II, but the Korean War and Vietnam, and a dedicated volunteer who gave us all to South County. He passed away June 5th, just 4 days short of his 99th birthday. John Willett served 31 years in the Navy, retiring as a lieutenant commander before doing civilian work for several years at North Island Naval Air Station. Retirement was just a concept to John, who became a professional volunteer on numerous projects and organizations. He volunteered at the Living Coast Discovery Center in Chula Vista from the day it opened its doors in 1996. He was a chairman of a committee working with the SR 125 alignment, served 8 years on each of the Chula Vista Parks and Recreation Commission and Planning Commissions, and for almost 20 years supervised Donovan prison crews cleaning up trash from the Otay Valley Regional Park. He was a longtime chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee of the Otay Valley Regional Park. Mr. Willett is survived by his daughter Cheryl, his son John, his sister Phyllis, his half-sister Carol, and many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. On a personal note, John was my father-in-law, my wife Cheryl's father. He was a great friend, probably one of the best friends I've had over the last 40 plus years. And his impact on South County is certainly something that is etched in stone. In fact, in 2009, a grove at the Otay Valley Regional Park was dedicated in his name, and his image was placed on a monument by the Friends of the Otay Valley Regional Park. Today's countless hikers, bicyclists, and others are greeted by that image at Willett Grove, and I'm sure John is smiling down on them. With that, we will adjourn today's meeting to the next regular scheduled board meeting on Tuesday, July 7th. Let me ask Mr. Potter if there's any other additional comments we need to make before we adjourn today's meeting.
There are not, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
With that, then, we will adjourn this meeting to the next meeting on July 7th.